Well, good morning to everybody. We'd like to welcome you to the 2026 Nebraska State Fair 4-H Sheep Showmanship and our Breeding Sheep Show. I'm Susan Littlefield, excited to be back once again to read the results of this year's show. Our judge is Keith Berry. Keith is from Sac City, Iowa. He's been married to his wife Shelley for 43 years, and they've got 3 children. Danny, Tanner, who joined the operation, and Lexi, all 3 alumni from Iowa State University. They currently have 7 grandchildren, with the first one eligible for the state fair next year. His family has shown all over the Midwest in the past 25 years, while mainly focusing on the Iowa State Fair and Exarban with some degree of success. Keith has been involved in grain and livestock production for all species since his early 4-H and FFA years, and for the last 35 years, mainly sheep production. His family, along with Keith, run approximately 500 ewes designed mainly for club lamb production. They currently sell around 300 project lambs along with breeding stock all over the United States. He says, though he enjoys the challenge and excitement involved in the livestock show industry, he has judged livestock in all species the last 40 years. We'd like to welcome him as our judge today here at the Nebraska State Fair. We are kicking it off with our showmanship. This will be Class 1 Intermediate Showman, Class 1.
Well, good morning to you people in Nebraska. It's a pleasure to be here today. Excited to see what you kids will have to offer me. We'll start off with a showmanship, and I think intermediates, I believe there was 5 classes. We'll try to keep 3 to 5 out of each class to bring in approximately 15 to 20 lambs for our final drive. This will be my purple group. These will be the 3 that will come back. This side here will be my blue group. They will be excused. Again, I'll try to make some individual comments to these kids on this line. I'm not going to talk them on the mic as far as our 3 purple kids. We'll talk them more in depth as we get back for the final drive. But good way to start the day off. Congratulations to you kids, and thanks for participating today.
We're set for class number 2 of our intermediate showmen. There are 5 total classes for intermediate. Your results of class 1 blue ribbon winners: Lennon Seinbach from Saunders County, Ryan Blake from Gage County, Tinley Upson from Buffalo County, Victoria Chomke from Phelps County, Tylee Cox from Valley County, and Ashley Robb from Hall County. Those are your blue ribbon winners out of class 1. Your purple ribbon winners coming back for that final drive for our intermediates include Addison Reuter from Scottsbluff County, Kaylee Kopke from Wayne County, and Ella Karkowski from Sherman County.
In our second class of intermediates, we're going to elect to keep 4. I thought there was 4 that were definitely worthy of it. We'll sort them a little more at length as we get farther into the showmanship final drive. But a good group of kids to work with. Show this group some appreciation, if you would, please. Thank you for coming out.
We're starting now Class 3 of our intermediate showmen. Here's your results out of Class number 2. Blue ribbon winners include Quinn Oakson from Adams County, Josie Root from Merritt County, Isabel Santiago from Stanton County, Decker Medina from Kimball Banner County, Kanan Dornoff from Buffalo County, and Aiden Etchen from Dakota County. Those are your blue ribbon winners out of Class number 2. Purple ribbon winners coming back for that intermediate final drive will include Knox Robertson from Perkins County, Parker Baudenmeyer from Red Willow County, Casey Unke from Cumming County, and Brixton Andrew from Nemaha County. Again, entering now is going to be class number 3 of 5.
over in our sheep department. In our third class intermediates, we'll keep 3 purples again to bring back. Again, another good group to work with. I made a couple comments to some of the kids. Showmanship is a lot about just being able to show your lamb, but to me, presentation places a big part in it. And I don't know if any of you read some of my editorials or my comments on Champion Drive when I got asked some questions about things I like and dislike. I'm a dead no on the paint deal if it's not done right, and I assume probably in your rules you probably can't paint anyhow, so that eliminates that one. But one thing we need to address is when we do our feet and our legs, let's not just cut them off at the knees and the hocks and square it up. Let's blend that in and smooth it up a little bit if we can. Makes it a little more eye appealing. Also, I'm not a big fan of the belly wool out here. And we don't have very much of that at all. So that's great on your job. I appreciate you bringing me a good, honest set of sheep. Again, we'll bring 3 back. Let's show our appreciation for our third group. Thank you.
And congratulations out of Class 3. Your blue ribbon winners include Leighton Brim from Nemaha County, Trace Mexica from Sherman County, Caitlin Grease from Clay County, Adeline Henderson from Adams County, Emmett Jones from Cass County, Taza Kirshner from Lincoln County, Elena Dobry from Scottsbluff County, and Aubrey Villetter from Phelps County. Those are going to be your blue ribbon winners out of Class 3. Here's your purple ribbon winners coming back for that final drawing. Addison Lawrenson from Lancaster County, Lizzie Lambert from Dawes County, and Claire Fisher from Buffalo County. In the ring now is your intermediate class number 4. This is class 4 of 5.
In our fourth group, we're going to keep 3 again, and we'll excuse the rest. Excellent set of kids to work with again. Again, presentation is a lot in this. Being able to bring your sheep in and keep them on the move for me, and that all enters into it. I know sometimes the first time in the ring, they're not as cooperative as you'd like them to be, or maybe even me, but we'll do the best we can, and thank you kids for coming out.
Our final class of intermediate showmen are entering the ring. This is class number 5. Your blue ribbon winners coming out of class 4. Dakota Valick from Knox County, Aspen Stoudemire from Box Butte County, Cole Brooks from Otto County, Brendan Karkowski from Sherman County, Emma Bowman from Buffalo County, and Lexi Fillingham from Scottsbluff County. Your purple ribbon winners coming back for this final drive for our intermediate showmen include Hannah Hasselbrook from Saunders County, Leah Lambert from Dawes County, and Candace from Holtz County.
I believe this is the fifth and final class in our intermediates. Again, another good group. And I don't know if you folks have noticed, but I always do when I'm out here in the ring. We don't have a lot of guys coming back. Don't blame me. There just wasn't a lot of guys in here. So I don't want to get any discrimination out here, but we've only got, I believe, one in this class. So again, a good set of kids out here. It'll be fun to get everybody back out. We can get really, really nitpicky. Again, the four purples we'll bring back. Very good about getting the basic things done right. You know, there's little things we're going to tweak on, and we'll probably beat on them a little bit more as we get in this final drive. But again, put your hands together and congratulate our kids that just made it through here.
Here's your results coming out of Class 5 Intermediate Showman, your blue ribbon winners. Aslan Cox from Valley County, Violet Nuss from Cass County, Madeline Yancey from Valley County, Easton Eric from Morrow County, Scarlett Prince from Buffalo County, and Libby Beitner from Hall County. Your purple ribbon winners entering the ring for this final drive for our intermediate showmen include Laura Stitt from Seward County, Brendan Mickey from Hamilton County, Jake Clement from Saunders County, and Cameron Steve from Holtz County. Again in the ring now, folks, this is your champion drive for our intermediate showmen. Mr. Don Peterson. Mr. Don Peterson, if you could come up to the Sheep Arena for the award presentation. Mr. Don Peterson.
Well, folks, you've had a great representation in our intermediates. Let's give all the kids that came out and showed for me this morning a hand. Thank you. These are not placed in any order, but these 8 are the ones I got down to in my final drive. Just a couple quick comments to each kid. Young lady that comes out in this front of the line, very intense showman. At times, I think that works a little bit to your disadvantage. I'd like to see you maybe lighten up just a little bit. If you want to be intense, I guess that's your prerogative. A little easier for me working with kids if they're a little happier-go-lucky. I get it. When we get to showmanship and we get to the market show, I don't care what it takes to get your sheep drove. Don't care if you're grumpy or you're mad or anything. I just want him to look good. You do a fabulous job of that. You have as nice a brace, a nice a presentation in terms of the extension of your front end, the neck extension in that lamb. At times, I think maybe he gets a little bit curved back in his neck structure. Maybe keep that head down a little and let him come ahead just a little right there. I like that 90-degree posture a little better than maybe going past center. Young lady that's in the second in this lineup, and again, this is no particular order. I'm just describing these 8 kids. Fabulous job of being comfortable with this individual. She's as flexible on the move with her sheep. She gets him where he needs to go. Those two work hand in hand. Maybe my only negative comment to you is at times you get going a little faster than I really like as a judge. It's a little harder sometimes to evaluate them when they really get on the move, but I'll promise you I'd rather see them get on the move fast than not go at all. So that's a good thing. That's not a big deal, but that's probably my only negative comment to you. Young man that's in this third spot with the blue ewe lamb, really comfortable with this gentleman. He's very calm. He's very quiet. He does an excellent job. At times I see your lamb maybe get a little softer in her top line when we're on this side profile. I think maybe you could use your knee just a little bit more as a physical brace on her. I know you just use your hands, and the cool part about that is I can see everything on your sheep when you do that, and you've got one that's good fronted, so you really have nothing to hide. At times when you were walking him on the side view, I'll see your hand maybe get back a little farther in his throat latch. I would rather see you keep your hand right directly under his chin. If we cut that throat off, sometimes they'll cough, and then we'll have to fight other issues as we get around the ring. But that was a great job. Young lady here has a really good brace on your sheep. At times I've seen your legs not being as set as completely as I thought they should be. You'll get out of line. You'll be paying attention to me, and your legs will be moved as kind of as they are now. I'd like to see that leg just a little more spot on in your placement. Young lady behind you, directly in front of me, really nice side view of your sheep. You really get that head and that front end extended up. I like the length, the levelness right out through that hip. And part of that's your individual, but so at times probably gets a little softer in her top line. I might want to work her stomach a little bit, get her up a little bit, maybe a little bit more brace and shorten her up. Next young lady in front of me, big, tall fronted sheep. She does it much like the gal in the front end. Very good up through the front end, her neck carriage. Again, sometimes you point it up just a little bit higher than I'd like. Tip that nose down. Very firm handling lamb. At times, I think maybe this sheep makes me a little nervous that he might want to get away. He doesn't want to always cooperate. Sometimes that's the demeanor of the sheep. But really good job. I like the presentation, the touch on this sheep. You've got him fitted and clipped right. Young lady at the blue ewe lamb, another one that I thought just maybe doesn't do a wow factor to me, but she doesn't need to. She doesn't have any flaws or any holes in her presentation, her showing style. She's very calm. At times when we're on this side view and we want to walk these sheep, you don't need to jog or anything. Just keep an even pace with your sheep and be comfortable with it. Excellent job of feet and legs. I really like the way you hold the head, your front end extension. Young lady here in this 8th spot, the last one to me. Another long-sided sheep, again, one that I think at times can get a little lazy in the top line when we get him on the side profile. Just one thing I'd work on. But a great group. I'll go through and name your champion through 5th. We'll start with your champion, and we'll work our way down. Again, a great group of kids. Put your hands together one more time for them. Thank you.
is which one? Third? Okay.
And results of Class 11 Senior Beach Showmanship. Receiving blue ribbons today.
Parker
Kyle
Bobenmeyer.
Kavanaugh, Odo County. Caitlin Evans, Gosper County. Kendall Renow, Hall County. Bo Thompson, Dakota County. Kelsey Amos, Lincoln County. Ty Sievers, Wayne County. Cheyenne Dawson, Cherry County. And Aubrey Peterson from Polk County. Receiving purple ribbons and continuing on to the next semifinal drives. Carly Coulterman, Seward County. Brody Weissy, Platte County. And Brielle Finish from Boone County.
Don't fall.
Entering the ring now, we have Class 12 Senior
I know.
Showmanship.
Okay.
We will be taking our next semifinal heat following this class. That will be our purple ribbon winners.
We're getting ready now to start class number 6 of our senior showmanship. Here's your results. Congratulations. Your grand champion intermediate showman is exhibited by Lizzie Lambert from Doss County. Excuse me, that was 5th place. She had them backwards. Our 4th place, congratulations to Addison Lawrenson from Lancaster County. 3rd will go to Addison Reuter from Scottsbluff County. Your reserve champion intermediate is Parker Bobenmeyer from Red Willow. And congratulations to Leah Lambert from Dawes County, your grand champion intermediate showman. And a big shout out and thank you to Mr. Don Peterson. Folks in the audience might not know, Mr. Peterson has been donating as a showmanship award since 1988. So 1988, he has been that sponsor for our showmanship for all our livestock. Thank you, Mr. Peterson, for your continued dedication to our 4-Hers.
In our senior drive, our first class, looking forward to this, or maybe I'm not looking forward to it. I guess I don't know how you really describe that when you get the competition's going to get this tough. We kept 3 out of this class. I believe they said there was 7 classes, so we're going to try to work through them at a decent pace. With the senior kids, I kind of expect you to watch a little bit, catch on what the ones that are in front of you are doing, and get a little better with each thing. Presentation and showmanship, I think in all species, I've always said it's a third the animal, a third the showmanship and fitting, and a third the feeding on them. And certainly showmanship is not a small third of it. You can have the best animal and you can have him the best prepared. If you can't get them showed, it's going to be hard to get to the final drive. So good work, kids, and the seniors. We'll work through them a little bit quicker than we maybe did the intermediates with the numbers we got, but these will be the 3 we'll bring back. Again, congratulations to everybody that came out in this drive. Thank you.
In the ring now will be your senior showmanship class number 7. Results at class number 6. Blue ribbon winners include Lauren Brem from Nemaha County, Ellen Schmidt from Jefferson County, Lily Wyman from Otto County, Erica Donahue from Saunders County, Wesley Schmidt from Johnson County, Braden Stunmeyer from Box Butte County, and Colton Baumberger from Scottsbluff County. Coming back for our senior final drive will include Alex Meyer from Buffalo County, Michael Lockey III from Cass County, and Hannah Wagner from Dodge County.
We have our finalists from our 3 semifinal heats in the junior division.
again in our second class of market lambs. A superset again, we're going to elect to keep 3 out of here. The boys are starting to kick some butt over here. I like that fact. So we'll be looking forward to getting everybody back together. Again, a great job throughout. Show your appreciation to our second class as they exit the ring. Congratulations, kids.
We're set now for class number 8 of our senior showmanship. Here's your results coming out of class number 7. Blue ribbon winners include Malaya Staben from Cass County, Madison Lampman from Thurston County, Gentry Frederickson from Wisner Pilger area, Caden Peterman from Franklin County, Natalie Wagner from Dodge County, Ava Carnop from Burt County, and Tegan Kapke from Jefferson County. Those are your blue ribbon winners coming out of class number 7. Coming back for the senior final drive will include Wyatt Evanson from Hall County, Melanie Korth from Washington County, and Cooper Duden from Scotts Bluff County. And a huge thank you, of course, goes out to Farm Credit Services of America. They are sponsoring the intermediate and the junior sheep showman, the senior sheep showman as well. And of course, as we mentioned, Mr. Don Peterson is a first place showmanship sponsor, has been supporting 4-H since 1988.
Congratulations from Gage County. Rounding out your top 5, we have Jace Ritter from Cumming County. Congratulations to our juniors. We will now be moving in to the intermediate showmanship division.
Big shout out and thank you as well to Tom Berkey, Interim Dean of the College of Agricultural Science and Natural Resources, Audra Brown, 4-H assistant in Scotts Bluff County, Rana Gerdelution from Saline County as a 4-H assistant, Blake Ward, 4-H assistant in Platte County, Shane Aarons, 4-H assistant in Dodge County, Grace Eckert, office manager in Clay County, and Ashley Benish, the 4-H coordinator, for all your help in our sheep show today.
Class 3, we bring those, I guess we only got 7 exhibitors in this class, so sort's a little bit quicker for me. I thought there was 2 of them that we need to probably see to get into that top 5 again in the seniors. Congratulations to all them that came out. Again, put your hands together for these kids, and we'll look forward to seeing these 2 back. Good job.
We're now into class 9 of our senior showman. Here's your results coming out of class number 8. Your blue ribbon winners: Ian Lawrenson from Lancaster County, Marshall McCann from Howard County, Taylor Staben from Cass County, Ace Andrew from Nemaha County, and Elizabeth Skabinski from Valley County. Your purple ribbon winners coming back for our final drive for seniors include Iris Klein from Frontier County and Daphne Jelichka from Colfax County.
This class of senior showmen, we're going to keep four. A little more challenging in my mind sorting through these four, so we'll just keep all of them and we'll work them through here at the tail end. But good group again to come back out. Appreciate everybody's effort that got to this point. Look forward to seeing you back again. Congratulations and thanks for coming out.
Entering the ring now will be Class 10 of our senior showmen. Here's your results coming out of Class number 9. Blue ribbon winners include Jaylee Kramer from Lincoln County, Blake Lowry from Dodge County, Elena Wagner from Dodge County, Ellie Bouncher from Valley County, Adeline Peterson from Phelps County, Kenna Gentrup from Cumming County, Macy Ratchie from Adams County, and Grace Mitchell from Holt County. Those are going to be your blue ribbon winners coming out of Class 9. Coming back for our senior final drive will be purple ribbon winners, Crew Freeland from Saunders County, Corbin Clausen from Furnace County, Bailey Weldon from Buffalo County, and Oliver Howard from Scotts Bluff County. Again, you're watching in the ring now, class number 10 of our senior showmen.
we will keep 2 out of this class to bring back. Again, fun set of kids to work with. I'm extremely excited about the challenge we're going to be presented here in a few minutes when we bring all these top exhibitors back. And we've certainly released some good kids that have probably won their showmanship at their county fairs. We're just stepping up another level, so the competition's going to be a little tougher. But again, congratulations and thank you to everybody that came out in the class. Good job.
just as far as feet placement and everything else, and maybe just a few attitude tweaks here and there as far as the cattle is concerned.
Class 11 of our senior showmanship are entering the ring. There'll be one more class after them. Here's the results coming out of Class 10. Blue ribbon winners include Bree Vansdahl from Wayne County, Mesa Jones from Cherry County, Annabella Pearson from Thayer County, Emily Muntz from Cass County, Lydia Donahue from Saunders County, and Gavin Root from Merritt County. Those will be your blue ribbon winners coming out of class number 10. Purple ribbon winners coming back for that final dry will be Tyson Schroer from Buffalo County and Lydia Fillingham from Scotts Bluff County.
the last class? Are you guys the last class? One more? Okay. I guess this is our sixth class of senior showmanship, and again, we're going to have some excellent representation throughout the classes to come back for the final drive. We'll go ahead and let these kids out. Again, thank you for coming out. Great set of kids. Really nice set of sheep they brought me. It'll be fun as we work through the rest of the day to see them bring their exhibits back out. Congratulations, kids.
In the ring now will be your final class of senior showman. This is class number 12. Here's your results coming out of class 11. Blue ribbon winners include Emerson Yancey from Valley County, Sonia Hendricks from Thayer County, McKenna Ranchi from Adams County, Arabella Rossmeyer from Buffalo County, Grayson Elfelt from Lincoln County, Ella Crumbliss from Clay County, Dylan Lutenklaus from Madison County, and Ashton Wagner from Lancaster County. Those are your blue ribbon winners out of Class 11. Carter Check from Butler County kicks off the purple ribbon winners in no particular order. These will be coming back for the final drive. Mahant Jones from Cherry County and Grant Muscle from Gage County.
I guess they just kind of come out the order we was going to keep this set. I thought those first four individuals were really good when they hit the ring. I'll make this comment before we get into the final drive in our seniors. I commented to the young lady with her white-faced cross slam. There's some neat things about that sheep, and I think she does an excellent job of showing. This sheep's a little tighter in his spine, and I think she struggles with that sheep on the move. I don't think that's any showman fault of her own. That's just a general makeup of that sheep. And consequently, when we come out here, I am not looking for the best sheep out here, but I will promise you it's easier to show the best sheep than the average sheep. Those average ones hit you, and you got to change the legs. You got to keep them right. The neck's not right in them. It doesn't come out of the shoulders right. Those that are athletic and get out there and drive, and they come in the ring and walk, those are the ones that I gravitate to, and I will in the market show and the youth show. So consequently, they are easier to show. If you do not have one of them, you're battling an uphill position at the beginning of the show. And I try to overlook some of that, but again, some of these here, with the short time we have in showmanship, and I know it's not been short for a lot of you, but it is for me to analyze all your projects out here. I've get maybe a half a minute to a lamb. We're trying to keep it moving. You get out here and you bring them out to me, and I study them. But yet I don't get to see you show all your sheep, and I don't get to see you show all show. So I make a pretty quick assumption on your abilities, and I'm sure there's some of you who are going to change my mind as we go throughout the day. But again, great class to finish up our seniors. It'll be fun to get you kids back out. We'll bring those first four kids back. Show our appreciation to this group, will you please?
Just appearing as a natural, calm, collected showman. And I think a lot of these kids just.
We'll get ready to bring them all back together to make your selection of your grand champion senior showman. Here's the results out of Class 12. Blue ribbon winners include Jillian Muntz from Cass County, Claire Gersel from Adams County, Connor Cauldron from Clay County, Jaden Thompson from Valley County, and Logan Olson from Hall County. Coming back for the final drive in Class 12, Preston Bobenmeyer from Red Willow County, Emily Olson from Pierce County, Ansley Woltman from Box Butte County, and Lexi McCaffrey from Saline County.
Congratulations to everyone in the semifinal heat. Those advancing to the finals include.
Big shout out and thank you to the Nebraska 4-H Foundation. They do a lot of work when it comes to helping find sponsors. Lindsay in the office does exceptional. Big thank you to our Emerald Clover sponsors, including Farm Credit Services of America, Pinnacle, the Parks Company, and Nebraska Pork. Your champion sponsors include Performance Plus. Leader sponsors include Farmers Cooperative Dorchester, Beth Brunsteel, Aurora Cooperative, Nebraska State Quilt Guild, Nebraska Shorthorn Association, Cooper Specialty Feeds, Ritter Feed Yards, Nebraska Rural Electric Association, DBL Incorporated, Don Peterson, and Polly and Frank Parch. Our partner sponsors include Lincoln Center Kiwanis, the Terrell Veterinary Service, Daryl Williamson, Randy and Patty Sainer, Jerry and Naomi Warner, Wagner Show Cattle, Landgren Ranch, Beatty Genetics, Asgooder Marketing Services Incorporated, Prince Incorporated, Benish Cattle Company, Ken's Trailer Sales, 4S Goat Expo, Thurnes Cattle Company, and Todd and Krista Prince. And your friends sponsors of 4-H include Sarah Purchell, Andrea Nissel, Stacy Keys, Nebraska Sheep and Goat Producers, and Terry and Betty Rasmussen. Thank you so much to all those sponsors for their continued sponsorship of our Nebraska 4-H program through the Nebraska 4-H Foundation. As he makes that final selections, we'd like to give a shout out and a huge thank you to the folks at Farm Credit Services of America for your continued sponsorship of our sheep showmanship, and of course to Mr. Don Peterson for the first place showmanship sponsor and for your continued support of 4-H since 1988.
Well, seniors, we finally got to that moment. We get down to 8 of them, and only 5 of you are going to get a banner, but I promise you, you all did a damn good job. I'm pretty pleased with what you did for me. I'd be really proud to have you on the front end of any of my sheep. Excellent job. Let's show some appreciation to all those seniors, even those that didn't make it back out. You know, you really haven't won anything when you get to a show if you didn't beat anything that was pretty good. And these kids have certainly made it through the challenge of and the duration of the showmanship part of it. Some nice sheep, but even some better showmen out here. And you kids have been awesome. You've been fun to work with. You've been very courteous. As a judge, that's probably one of the things I appreciate the most is a kid that can have a smile on their face. They're courteous. If I say something to them, they've got something to say back. Just overall, I want you to enjoy your project. It's short term. you don't get to do this forever. You're going to go on through this. You're going to graduate. You're going to do bigger things in life than show sheep. But this is one of the testimonies, the trials, and the tribulations that will get you where you're going to go in life, and this will make you a better person as you go through those days ahead of you. But I think when we talk these, and I'll just briefly talk these 8, it's so nitpicky, folks. And like I said earlier in the show, it's easier to show a good one than one that's got a couple flaws in it. Trying to show those out of them. Sometimes the structure on that sheep, you know, he's a little too straight-legged. I look at him over there and I make that comment, well, it probably wasn't the showman's fault. It's probably the sheep. But we still got to gravitate through these and look at them and make assumptions that there's things we've got to try to work through when we're showing them and make sure they don't lock up. Make sure that neck comes out at the top of their shoulders. Try to keep their head up, their front end up. I love sheep that I said earlier are athletic. They get out here and they scoot in the ring. Obviously, these guys have had a little better run at that part than maybe some of their counterparts. But the young lady that come out first in the show, I like her enthusiasm. I like when she comes out. She takes the bull by the horns when she walks through the gate. She owns that sheep. That sheep responds very, very good to her. Very athletic fronted, a tall, long-necked sheep. One that's easy, eye-appealing. She does a tremendous job with that. I don't know if the sheep is as big a top maybe as I'd like. I don't know if you brace quite as good as I'd like. But you take control of that sheep the minute you walk in the ring. Do a super job. Next guy here, really good job. Strong guy. I don't expect you to have any problems on the brace. You do a good job with that. Probably not quite as good in your top line characteristics of the sheep on a side profile. At times I could maybe see you get under that sheep a little bit more on the brace, keep that top just a hair bit leveler in relationship to the other showman in here. Young man with the blue sheep, one that's presented really, really nicely. I thought his comments were spot on the U. I like to ask a comment or two of the kids on their lamb what they change about them. If you don't know what's wrong with them, it's hard to show it out of them. He was spot on that. Did a heck of a job of showing. He brings us a sheep that'll be fun to see later on. Next guy, really up front and long-necked ewe, very calm. Both you guys, the young man in the blue with the blue ewe, him. Next guy, young gal, very calm in their demeanor. I like that about them. They're confident. I don't want to say they're arrogant because I think that's maybe a negative word in the show ring, but sometimes you got to be a little arrogant. It goes with the confidence, and I like that. You come out here and you tell me you're going to win it. You try to make me beat you. That's what I want you to do. I want you to be the one that's running the show. This guy's just spot on his feet and legs. He is so calm. His front end placement maybe doesn't drive as hard or as fancy in terms of his leg placement on himself versus some of the contemporaries out here, but he gets it done, and in the end, that's all that matters to me is you get them showed. I don't care if you show them standing on your head. However you do it, just get it done. Another comment I'll make in showmanship while I'm thinking about it, I assume you guys will maybe have a way back. I don't know if everybody does, but when we go to the way back, I'll see kids, they'll go to that way back, and they're so excited they're in the top 5, and they're weighing back, and they stand there, and their sheep looks like this. And, man, if I'm looking at him, you better keep showing him. That's a good way to get first pull when you come out of the scale and get placed in the lineup in 5th hole. So don't give up on him. This dude here, this tall boy here, I thought you were spotting. You're pretty cagey. I thought you had some interesting things in the show ring that I don't see a lot. I've never had very many people that have intimidated me when we've showed. I've run across a couple in my earlier years, a gal from Ohio and a boy from Oklahoma that every time they showed to me, and they showed a lot of sheep and they showed good ones, but I felt like I was picking on them, and I would intentionally work them and probably doubled the amount of work they did compared to their other people in the ring. But the reason for that is every time I brought one of them sheep out, and they had 2 or 3 in the breed drive or the weight class, weight division, the other 2 sheep they weren't on didn't look very good. And I didn't like that. And it wasn't the kids' fault. They were just plain showing them. And I just, those kids that can really show, you got to be a little pickier on them because they know they're going to slide some by you. This is one of those guys I think could slide one by me. He does a really good job. I catch him, and I don't know if you guys watch from the side. We come in the ring, and I'm watching a couple sheep. He stops. And when he stops, his sheep's set up. He's not going to let me look at him in a bad spot. That's smart. You got to be heads up in this game. He gets him when I'm looking at him. He moves at a comfortable pace. He gets him stuck. He's always knowing where I'm at. That's spot on. Your brace isn't as sharp and nifty as a couple of the other guys, but you are the sharp one when you come in the ring. I like what you do there. I appreciate that. Young lady here with this stout weather in front of me, I really like her feet and leg placement. I like how she gets under her sheep, and maybe this sheep fits her better. We've got some taller boys in here. I have a tendency to gravitate towards kids that are maybe a little shorter. I think it's easier for them to show, just from my past experience. They fit them a little better. They get under them. They get the head and neck up. But you do a super job of that. Your lamb is ultra comfortable with you. I like that about him. Young man in front of me is second to the left. This lamb's a little more restricted in his movement. I feel this lamb maybe challenges him a little bit more out in the show ring, but he's done a good job of staying with it. I appreciate the ability he's got, and I think he'll have some sheep we'll see again. He can get them stuck. This one's just a little bit tighter in his spine, and I think that makes it more challenging. If they're not comfortable from the structural default, that makes those sheep more challenging to show out here. So this one has a little bit of a structure issue, but he's really battled through it, done a good job. Young lady with the white lamb, very much the same as the last young man. That lamb gets to be a little bit tight in his spine. I really like that sheep when he's stuck. She does a good job of sticking him in that. On the movement, we'd like to see him go just a little bit easier, whether that's the fault of the sheep or some of the showmanship. But the way I see it, those are some comments for you. I appreciate what you kids have done for me, your attentiveness, high-quality showmanship out here. I'll show you the 5 I like in that order. Again, show your appreciation of these kids out here, will you please?
Congratulations once again to our senior showman, being sponsored by Mr. Don Peterson and, of course, the folks at Farm Credit Services of America. 5th overall will go to Grant Muscle from Gage County. 4th to Colburn Clausen from Furnace County. Third is to Lexi McCaffrey from Saline County. Second, your reserve champion is Preston Baumenmeyer from Red Willow County. And congratulations, your grand champion senior showman is Michael Lockey III from Cass County. Just a quick reminder to parents that are in the stands, your exhibitors that are receiving their red cards must turn them in either online or to the livestock office for tomorrow's final drive. And just we ask that they write legibly so those in the office are able to read what they've written. We're continuing now in our showmanship. This is now our juniors, class number 13. And I was just told there will be a 30-minute break after our junior showmanship. And there are 4 classes of juniors.
his 4 classes of junior showman. You know, every beast starts somewhere, and this is where it starts when you get to be them seniors and you got them guys that are killing it out there in the ring. They all started at this level, and certainly we got 3 that I think if they continue to develop the way they are, they're going to be in that level someday. But great set of kids in the junior division. Let's congratulate them as they exit the ring, and we'll watch these 3 in the next round. Good job, kids.
Thank you.
We're ready for Class 14 of our junior showmen. In the meantime, here's your results coming out of Class 13. Blue ribbon winners include Remington Rossmeyer from Buffalo County, Brooks Etchen from Dakota County, Augustus Woltman from Box Butte County, Elizabeth Blake from Gage County, Dalton Valek from Knox County, and Blaine Cavan from Saunders County. Your purple ribbon winners coming back for that junior showmanship final drive will include Rayleigh Salm from Webster County, Landon Busson from Washington County, and Sage Luking from Harlan County.
second class, and again, we'll keep a trio back. I told the young lady, don't think you got a sympathy vote for your sheep knocking you down and getting back up. I give you credit. That was a pretty good move, but she does a nice job, and it'll be fun to see them back in. Again, a good group over here. I'm sure as I've watched you kids, and I have no reservations, this group out here has seen the show ring probably in the jackpots quite a bit more than some of our other kids. And best way to develop your showmanship skills is just you got to get out there and show. Learn what's out there, learn how to fit them and how to feed them. Get to those shows and participate. And again, you could probably move yourself up a couple spots in the classes with a good showmanship job on most lambs, especially in bigger shows where there's a lot of competition. So I encourage all you kids that have been out here, experience is the best teacher, and I'm sure there's a huge amount of difference between maybe the handful we've selected and the ones that are remaining. So I encourage you kids to get out and hit the jackpot season, hit the shows, and work on your showmanship skills. You're all doing a good job. You're all in control of your animals. You've got them placed and lined up front to rear. Super job. We'll bring these three back again. Show our congratulations to these kids in this second class, please.
We're set for class 15 of our junior showmanship. We'll have one class after this at class 16, and then do note after our final drive for our juniors, we will take a 30-minute lunch break. In the meantime, class 15 is set to enter the ring. Here's your results of class 14. Blue ribbon winners include Mason Wagner from Knox County, Jackson Stitt from Seward County, Ryder Skibinski from Sherman County, Skylar Stumer from Merritt County, Kinley Uchon from Dakota County, Rhett Robertson from Perkins County. Again, those are your blue ribbon winners out of class 14. Coming back for that final drive for our juniors includes Emily Spencer from Red Willow County, Hannah Bowman from Buffalo County, and Piper Nuka from Saunders County.
third class of market lambs or showmanship. Maybe a little deeper in terms of our top end of showmanship. I thought there was 4 of them that I think will be fun to sort out here again. Let's go ahead and line them up, kids, a little more order. Give me some credit here for picking you. Come on, get them in there. I must be challenging them. Okay, straight line, all 4 of you. You stay there, you 2 get in line. It don't matter if you're in front or you're in second, it doesn't matter. Again, Group 3, excellent job out here. It'll be fun, and it all starts at the beginning, and you know, you scratch your head and you always wonder if they're ever going to quite get there when you're in the audience and you're a parent or you're a grandparent, and believe me, I'm sitting in the same position, and 7 grandkids, and I guess 3 of them are showing now, and we're still not eligible to even go to the state fair, so I'm gonna share my blood with you when we get to that point. It's challenging, but we start somewhere. These kids are ultra competitive out here. I can see some showmanship skills in them where they've been out, their head, their feet and leg placement, the way they present their sheep, the way they keep the head up, the way they keep their lambs moving in the ring shows me they've worked hard at their project. Show them some congratulations and some love for doing a good job out here. Congratulations, kids.
We're about to head into our final class of junior showmen. In the meantime, here's your results coming out of Class 15. Purple ribbon winners include Amelia Hasselbrook from Saunders County, Cooper Root from Merritt County, Luke Bowman from Buffalo County, Ella Kaup from Dodge County, and Melanie Santiago from Stanton County. Now for your purple ribbon winners. Coming back for the final drive include Grayson Arbuck from York County, Casson Quinn from Butler County, Eldridge Howard from Scottsbluff County, and Edison Erwiller from Scottsbluff County.
We'll keep 3 out of our final group of junior showmen. Show them some love as they exit the ring. Excellent set. Good job, kids.
As they work to reorganize them, bringing in for your champion junior showman. Just a reminder, at the completion of our championship drive, we will take a 30-minute break for lunch. In the meantime, your results from class number 16. Blue ribbon winners will include Fisher Johnson from York County, Angus Johnson from Merritt County, Danica Lechtenberg from Holt County, Steele Lockey from Cass County, Grady Autry from Kimball Banner County, Ryan Flex from Lincoln County, Karch Arbach from York County, and Gabriel Olson from Pierce County. Your purple ribbon winners coming back for this final drive will include Tia Max Sakuda from Sherman County, Stetson Baumberger from Scotts Bluff County, and Reese Ayler from Jefferson County. Again, in the ring now is your champion drive for our junior showman.
Man, if you guys in the audience aren't damn proud of these juniors, you ain't been to many sheep shows. There's a good set of kids out here doing a heck of a job. Super impressed. I'm still not 100% sold where I'm going in this group. I don't know if I've ever seen a group come out where we got 14 kids come back out. Every sheep walked out. Every sheep did what the kid wanted them to do. They moved. They didn't get away. The kids stayed on them. They showed like $1,000,000. Maybe I need to commend the parents out there because I know how much work this takes. But you kids are the ones that are in the ring. You're going to get the glory today, but don't forget to thank Mom and Dad for helping you out a little bit. Excellent job all the way through this group of juniors. Thoroughly impressed. And I'm not a big fan of doing showmanship. And I don't mean that to be a negative comment, but I will tell you from my experience that
No, his mic died. It's back.
we'll try it again. Maybe I talked too much and killed the battery. Every sheep out here is going to be showed to its advantage, and because I pick the direction you're going or what you're doing does not mean you're not doing the right thing. I do not have the ability to spend that much time with you kids out here and knowing where your sheep is correct and where it needs fixed up. And a lot of these sheep got to be showed different. Sometimes you got to get down under them. Sometimes they don't tolerate a brace. Sometimes the back legs lock up. So everything is subjective to how they set up and what they look like in the ring. And I don't have the ability to see that in all of them or the time to put in. I wish I did. Well, I'm lying. I don't wish I did. It's just very time consuming, and I know there's some kids that probably get overlooked with another sheep will show different. So again, it's my opinion today out here in this junior showmanship, and I will say from top to bottom in this group, this is the most competitive class I've judged today. You kids have knocked it out of the park. You stick with it. You'll scare the big kids someday. So excellent job out there. Without further ado, I only get to give 5 banners, I guess. So unfortunately, a few of you aren't going to get banners that deserve it. Lights out to all of you. I think you just did an outstanding job. I am very, very pleased and very proud of what you did out here today. Congratulations, kids, and thank you for coming out for showmanship.
Owen Lassen from Dawson County, Caitlin Bell from Platte County, Clayton Craddock from Stewart County.
We will be back from our break at 12:35. But in the meantime, congratulations. Your 5th overall junior showman is Kason Quinn from Butler County. 4th place goes to Hannah Bowman from Buffalo County. Grayson Arbuck from York County is in 3rd. Reese Ayler from Jefferson County is your reserve and your grand champion. will go to Piper Onuka from Saunders County. Again, a 30-minute break. We will be back at 12:35 to kick off the breeding show.
Between the ages of 11 and 13 that have competed
And that first class is going to be Dorset Ewes.
competition all around, and we're excited to see our top
We'd like to welcome everybody back once again to the 5 Points Bank Arena as we continue for our 4-H'ers and our sheep show this afternoon. This is now going to be your breeding show. We're going to kick it off with our Dorset Ewes, class number 17. There'll be 3 exhibitors for our Dorset Ewes. And a big thank you as well. The 2026 Nebraska 4-H Foundation sheep sponsors include Beth Bernsteel, Copper Specialty Feeds, Farmers Cooperative of Dorchester, and Aurora Co-op. Thank you again for your continued sponsorship and showcasing of our 4-H'ers. Again, kicking it off, it is Dorset Ewes, class number 17.
In our Dorset class, I think we've got a real logical place to start out with, and not just because she's the biggest ewe, but I think she's conformationally the most correct ewe out here. Really like her top side, her feet and legs are excellent on her. Very expressive in terms of her rag shape. She's one that touches real good. She's very good in her conditioning, handles exceptionally well. I think that's a logical place to start. I think for this second hole, this is a lot more challenging for me, and I end up with a speckle-faced ewe in here. I think from a standpoint of being structurally correct, her advantage is distinct there. I like the way this sheep is in terms of her length of top line, her hip, her rump, her loin. I think she's just longer. She's smoother in her transition. She's a nickel stouter in terms of her bone work than what our third place lamb is. Just a real complete lamb, and age is correct on them. I think she's adequate for growth, and we put them all in the same boat. same age. I think she'll be super competitive when we get down the road. Our third one, the white ewe, I think she's got some good features about her. She's long neck. She's correct in terms of her feet and legs. I'd just like to see this ewe a little bit longer in through her hip. I'd like to see a little wider in through her pins. She's a ewe that I think could be a little stronger in her hip-loin juncture. We'd like to change her there to move up into second place. Good set to start off. Congratulations, kids.
Entering the ring now will be our first class of South Down ewes. This class is from January 20th of this year to March 3rd. And your results of your Dorset U class number 17. All purple ribbons. Third purple will go to Annabelle Pearson from Thayer County. Your second purple and reserve champion Dorset U is Arabella Rossmeyer from Buffalo County. And your champion Dorset in first purple goes to Blaine Cavan of Saunders County.
in our first South Down class. Always kind of excited to get into the South Downs. It's one of those things I think is really, let's go ahead and pull those three up behind them for a side view, please. Has definitely moved up the ladder in terms of things that I desire to sort and work with. I think there's some really unique things going on there. With that being said, I think there's two U's in here that are really, really good. And I'm not opposed to you swapping those two out. I thought the U we started with, to me, there's just more sheep there. Very, very sound. You study her from the front, she's really opened up. You get over the top of her, she progressively widens more so than I think the ewe in second. Is she as elegant and up front, and is she as cool-necked, as she is nice touching as that ewe in second? No, I don't believe she is. But I think in terms of practicality, product, things she offers, her construction and her base width, that puts her in that first hole today. That ewe in second, no slouch. I don't want to take anything away from her because I think she's really, really fancy. She's really cool. She's a jack-fronted kind of a ewe that comes out of her shoulder blades with a long, skinny neck. Her chest floor's way up in her. She's presented and touches as nice as any sheep we've had out here all day. Just extremely long in her top. I guess to be critical of her, I'd like to widen her just a nickel at her pin placement. She's a little narrower there than I think her champion is. We'd like to just see just a natural more thickness and width coming out of her rump structure. But that's one really cool ewe that I think is really darn nice to be in second hole. Ewe in third really follows that pattern fairly close. I think she's a combination of the two without quite as much wow factor. We'd like to wind her up, give her a little more extension to compete with the one in second. I'd like to make her a little bit thicker and a little bit tidier made to compete with the one in first. But that's a really good practical kind of a ewe that I think will serve the young man well in the future. Our fourth ewe, as we get to studying her a little smaller scaled out here, I don't think she balances as well from front to rear. She's maybe a nickel deeper in her chest. I'd like to see her flank line a little bit different in relation to her body. She's also one, as you get behind her, she maybe pinches a little bit in terms of her dock structure. We'd widen her out there. She could maybe move up into that third hole, but a really nice ewe in fourth. Ewe in fifth is our outlier of the bunch. She could maybe go third for some guys. For me, I think she's a little farther out there. I don't think she's as practical in her build. She's not as opened up as I'd like. She definitely doesn't possess the amount of muscle as we get in behind her, especially in through that stifle area today. But a really good group in that South Down class. It'll be fun to evaluate them as we move through the show. Congratulations, kids.
Do you want just top two back when they come in?
I think so. Okay. There's 4 classes of these. Yeah, I think.
Just twos.
Thank you.
Entering the ring now will be Class 19 of our South Down ewes. There's a total of 4 classes of South Downs. Blue ribbon winners coming out of Class 18 include Emily Muntz from Cass County and Madeline Yancey from Valley County. Purple ribbon winners, Colton Baumberger from Scottsbluff County. Second purple goes to Lexi Fillingham from Scottsbluff County. And first purple is to Camry DeCeive of Holt County.
I know. I was like, what if I sit down? I don't want to get up. Hey, Shane.
Yes.
Can you throw this away for me in that trash can?
Yep.
Thank you.
Do you guys need more water or anything?
I think we got plenty.
from Buffalo County. Really great way to get it started off over here on the green heifer show. We got a single entry here. Our first class, the Angus heifers, and the pink one, a lot to appreciate. A Sub-29 top high flexibility from the ground up. She is really good and very comfortable there. I like her extension and her refinement up front. So there's a lot to appreciate.
Two,
With this
three.
heifer. I'll be excited to see her back in a little bit. We'll get in just a sophomore then. But good way to get it started off. Congratulations, handling nice and quick. And our first class today, Johnny Hope from Buffalo County receives a purple ribbon.
And our South Down entries in our second class. Man, this is kind of fun. I've got some really, really good individuals out here. It's fun to see this quality of sheep. I thought there was two in this class that when you watch them walk in, you've got to look at them at the top pair and figure out where you're going to go with them. And both of them are really, really good. I think you could go to a bigger shows than this, and they could still be in the first and second hole. Just super, super complete. I thought the advantage went to the young man with the ewe lamb. I think she's just a little stouter. There's a little more body to her. I think when you study her from front to rear, she's a little fresher. I think she's a little tidier over the top of those shoulders. She's a little better in through that hip structure today. She's very good in through her loin edge. Just real practical. One that's got a lot of look to go along with that really good body she's got. You in second might be a little bit more extended up through that front end. She's a little more open about her shoulders. I think she's a little shorter hipped. I wish she tied in that hip loin juncture just a notch better to compete with that first lamb. But that's two really good South Downs to start off her class with. You in third's no slouch. I think she's made exceptionally well. I really like things about her. Probably the thing that hurts you the most in comparison with those two, you're a little staler to the touch. You're not as fresh and crisp in your hide. We'd like to change that about her. But she gives up a little bit in terms of muscle as you get in behind her. Are you in fourth? A really elegant, tall-fronted, long-bodied kind of a sheep that's really level, very practical. In terms of muscle and percentage and balance, I don't think she's as correct as those three above her. She needs to be bigger right out of her tail head to move up into those top three. Finish class off with another ewe that you really like the length of top line. Her feet and legs are good. For her biggest design, we need to change her neck stature. She needs to come out better out of the top of her shoulders. She's a little forward in her neck placement, a little U setting. Really good set, though. Congratulations to you kids.
Here's your results coming out of Class 19, which were January 1 to January 11th of this year. Blue ribbon winners, Kenna Guntrup from Cumming County, Colton Baumberger from Scottsbluff County, Remington Roschmeyer from Buffalo County. Your second purple will go to Jayza Kirshner from Lincoln County, and first purple is to Casson Quinn from Butler County. Entering the ring now is class number 22 in this class, October 11th and December 8th of 25.
in our fall-born Southdown class is just two animals out here. You got her both purple. Okay, you're thinking way ahead of me. I thought there was one that's just a little more elegant in terms of her design, a little more extension up through her front end. I like her breed character fairly well. She's good on her feet and legs. You know, you question if she's maybe as thick through her lower third of her back leg as the other one, but I don't think there's enough difference. She's more correct in terms of her top line, her neck set, her shoulder, her breastplate, the longer hind saddled view, one that I really appreciate just from the style aspect. And I do believe there's enough muscle to go ahead and compete against that one in second. That one in second, again, maybe her advantage comes in through her lower leg, but I think from the other features, she's not as stout out through her bone work. She's not as long-bodied. I don't know if her top line's quite as correct, as soft in that top line as what that class winner is. Maybe a little bit deeper through her chest floor, through her blade a little longer. But we'd like to change that about her, and I think she could compete up there with that first one. But a really good pair again. Congratulations to you two.
Here's the results out of class number 20. Second purple will go to Lauren Brem from Nemaha County, and first purple is to Leighton Brem from Nemaha County. Our final class of Southdown U's will be class 21. There'll be 2 entries, January 1st and February 9th of 25.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
In our yearling Southdowns, we've got a really nice pattern kind of a ewe to win this class. Long-sided, up-fronted sheep, one that's good in terms of her bone work. I really like the way she patterns out. Long, level top line, extended, especially through that neck area. Ewe in second's got as much power as anything we've seen out here in the Southdowns. I really like this sheep from her shoulder back. I think when you study her, and I think you can see that from your seats, where we'd like to change her, we'd like to extend her up through her front end, give her a little more extension in terms of her length, but a really practical, good-bodied ewe to be in second. Congratulations, kids.
We'll now be bringing back our first and second purples from each of our Southdown U classes to make the selection of your champion reserve and third place Southdown U. Coming out of class 21, second purple goes to Easton Eric of Morrill County, and first purple is to Lauren Brem from Nemaha County.
Call for class 22.
Well, we would like to welcome back to the show ring as we are in the middle, our start of our breeding show for our sheep, Keith Berry. He is from Sac City, Iowa. Keith began judging shows in the county and jackpot level out of high school. From there, he's been asked to work state fairs such as California, Arkansas, Kansas, here in Nebraska, Mississippi, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Iowa, Texas, Oklahoma, and Kentucky. From there, he's had the opportunity to judge other major shows, including North America and Tulsa, Oklahoma Youth Expo, LSU Spring Show, Austin Rodeo, and recently at the American Royal. We'd like to welcome Keith Berry back to the show ring.
in her south down drive out here. I guess I'll have to say I'm very impressed with these sets, first and seconds in these classes. Don't see many state fairs, especially in the junior show, where they're as deep and competitive as this. Not a whole lot of numbers, but a darn good set of sheep to work with. I think as we analyze those sheep and we bring them back out, you that wins that first class is one that was really, really powerful when you get over the top of her. Really practical. She's productive. She's opened up. A lot of base width. She carries that width consistent from front to rear. Just a really, really sound, good-bodied ewe. That ewe in second, and wins the second class. I don't know if I could paint a prettier picture of a sheep from the side. I love her elegance, her extension, her body, her touch. She's not as wild in terms of her rib cage. She's not as wild in terms of her rump structure when you get in behind her as that one that wins Class 1, but she's certainly one in the picture. You'd never second guess yourself using her to win the show. Very, very cool and athletic looking. Just a really good touching kind of a sheep. Run into our third class winner, our Falls. You start to put her in the fourth class out here with these younger ewes, and they probably get a little plainer in their looks and their design. They've started to flesh, but she's one that's really extended in terms of her neck. Her lines are good. Is she as beefy and muscular out from the rear third as those two in front of her? I don't think so today, but I like a lot of things about her, and I think she's very practical and productive. We get into our yearling ewe class, long extended one, up fronted kind of ewe. I question if she's got as much muscle as any of those three in front of her at this stage, but certainly one that'll be fun for the young lady to take back and put into production. With that being said, we'll round up our top three in this south down drive. Let's put our hands together, and I'll show you the three I like.
And congratulations, your third place Southdown U exhibited by Jason Kirshner from Lincoln County. Your reserve champion is Kason Quinn from Butler County. And your champion Southdown U is Cameron Deceive of Holtz County.
And a purple ribbon for Lady Tronic from Gage County.
In the ring now is our all other registered meat breed ewes. January 5th of 26 and March 1st of 26.
2025. One of our larger classes of the day. Exhibitors include number 492, Balin Schultz, Colfax County.
In this class, I'm probably going to call it the All Natties more than once. So I don't know if that's what your technical terms are, but I thought this class was a really nice pair of ewes. I thought there was one that I thought just dominated the other one in terms of just skeleton and style and structure on the move. I thought the blue ewe, she's just a better moving ewe as we watch her come into the ring. I think she progressive from her chest floor being a little higher to a better swoop to her belly to a little better flank. Is she as wild in her loin and wild in her hip as that ewe in second? No, I think the advantage goes to the silver tinted ewe in second. But she's the one that I think you study from the structure. Her legs are straight down. She's got adequate width in that chest floor. I like the way she's put together and the way she moves. Ewe in second has some wow factor when you put your hands on her. She's big back, she's big hip, she's long bodied. I think the thing that probably cheats her the most, when you watch this ewe come and go, she gets a little straight and a little forward in that front end. I don't think her back legs have the flex and the movement to them. They don't have the looseness about the hock as they get out here and stride out. She's one that maybe could balance a little better in terms of her chest floor to her flank ratio, but two very nice ewes to be in first and second. Congratulations, kids.
The first one, the March one is your first. Congratulations, you're champion and reserve champion. All other registered meat breed you exhibited by Addison Lawrenson. Addison is from Lancaster County. As we move along this afternoon, this is Class 23, all other hair breed ewes. There'll be two exhibitors, January 9th and January 14th of 26.
In our hair sheep class, I think there's probably a logical place to start with this when you get your hands on them and you watch this ewe come in the ring. She's the one to me is a little more correct in through her top line and in through her hip. She's the one that carries a little more shape when you get in behind her. Is she as long bodied? No. Is she as long necked? No. But I think she's as stout, maybe a little stouter in terms of her bone work than that ewe in second. Just balances up a little better from front to rear. Ewe in second, long-sided sheep, one that you appreciate from that long neck kind of a ewe. I think her body condition is right. She's got the right underline, her flanks right. She gives up a little bit in terms of rump structure, in terms of width out through her hip, a little bit of leg deficiency compared to our class winner today. Good pair. Congratulations, kids.
Call for class 25, Hampshire Utes. First call.
And congratulations, your second purple will go to Ryan Blake from Gage County, and first purple is to Elizabeth Blake from Gage County. Give them just a second to do some switching. They will both be in the next class, class number 24. Class 24 is January 6th and January 16th of 25.
But in our class of yearling ewes, I thought this was a pretty logical placing in this pair. The young man has one a little longer sided, a little more elevated, just a little more sheep in general to her, whether it be size, skeleton, muscle. I think she excels her second place in all those regions. She also has the advantage of being a little more correct down her top line. She's leveler and wider out through her hip than her contemporary in second. You in second's really a fresh handling one that's really expressive in terms of her rack shape. If that's the kind of thing that gets you excited, she certainly has it. She's very sculpted in terms of her muscle shape. Does she have as much muscle as that ewe that wins the class? No, I don't believe she does. But a good pair in here in our yearling class. Congratulations to you two kids.
Second purple will go to Elizabeth Blake from Gage County. First purple will go to Ryan Blake from Gage County. They'll bring their first and second purples back in to make the selection of your champion all-hair breeding ewe.
for our champion hair sheep out here. We have our yearling and our lamb. I thought that yearling had a distinct advantage in her class over her second place. Just a little bigger bodied kind of a sheep, one that had more to her, more extension, more length of body, more structure all the way through than what her second place was. Ewe lamb that comes out of the first class we had of the day, I thought she was a nice made sheep, one that had a little more muscle and stature to her than what our second place did. I think this is really close in our champion drive, which direction you're going to go, but the one that suits me the best comes out of our yearling class. Congratulations to you.
Thank you, sir.
After that one, we bring our second place yearling up. We're going to follow up with our ewe lamb class winner. She'll be our reserve. And then for our third overall, we'll follow up with our second in the ewe lamb class. She'll be our third overall. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your champion all hair breed you exhibited from Ryan Blake. That would come out of the older class. Your reserve champion will go to Elizabeth Blake, and then your third place champion all hair breed you goes to Ryan Blake, both of course from Gage County. Class 25 is our next one that we have coming in. We'll have two classes of Hampshire ewes. Class 25 goes from January 1 to February 2nd.
Oh, this is a class that as you go home and you crawl into bed, you're going to sit there and struggle with it in your mind if you did it right. And you guys can sort them any way you want, and I can agree with you, and I'll just tell you what I seen. I thought there was one that I thought was just super, super nice. I thought she walked into the ring and said, beat me, and I couldn't find one to do it. I think this one's ultra competitive. She's stout, she's rugged, she's big boned. Young man's done a whale of a job of showing her neck attachments right. She's long top, she's great in her rump structure. You know, if I want to get nitpicky on one and you study her out here and you get her on the move, she's not the shallowest through that chest floor, but I think when you study her chest floor in relation to her middle and to her flank and to her butt cheeks, she still balances the best of all the sheep out here. She's not the leanest of them all either, but I mean, she's just super correct. She's the kind that I think you could look at every day in the barn and never be disappointed. For me, that was a logical place to start, and then after that, I run into four of them that I can make excuses to use second through fifth, and I can be real comfortable with it. The one in second's the one that probably gives me the most problems. This is a ewe as I watch her about the ring. She's a little tighter in her structure. She's a little more restricted out of her front end. I'd like to see her coming at me, moving out just a little more flexible off that front end. But I will promise you there's not a better handling, better designed sheep when you get over the top of her than this ewe. She is just monster racked. She's got a great turn to her rib. She's big loin. She's phenomenal in terms of the shape to the top of her rump. And yet, for as big a hip as that one is, she's got muscle that just drips off of her as you go down in through that stifle, down in through the twist. Again, I'd like to change her a little off that front end in terms of her movement, but she's one in terms of handle. She's very, very hard to beat. I thought that was a very nice ewe in second. Ewe in third, real practical kind of a sheep. I don't think she's got quite the wow factor as those two in front of her, but yet when you stand back and study her, maybe she has the least amount of flaws of the two of the top three. I think she's very basic in her build. She could be a nickel more tricked out in through her front end, but that's one that's got a great body to her. She's good in her loin edge. She transcends into a really nice rump structure. Super good on her feet and legs, and she gets around the ring exceptionally well. Next ewe, the ewe in fourth, a little smaller statured ewe, and that's one that she also gives me some problems. Is she going to be a big enough ewe in my mind as we go into the ewe flock and down the line? When you put her beside these other ones out here, she's the smallest in terms of her size, but man, is that one very correct in her build. If you don't care how big your sheep are, this one might get up into that top two places for you. She's really long. She's level. She's very correct in the way she's made up. She handles extremely well. She, again, has a really big rib, really good ribeye compared to probably comes the closest to that second place one in terms of just carcass merit, maybe a little more terminal in terms of her shape. But she's one I really like. I just question in my mind how big that ewe's going to be when we finish them out and we put them into the flock. Really good sheep to have to be in fourth place, but that's the way it shakes out for me today. Ewe in fifth was one I really felt when we got them on the side profile. I could get her up into second hole. That would make my first and second decision easy. She followed the pattern, the frame size, the length of body, the correctness of the hip. And I think the longer we have her out there, the more relaxed she gets in terms of her muscle shape. Doesn't quite have the hip-loin juncture. She's one that I think when you study her and you get her out here on the move, her chest line, her chest floor and her flank line don't quite match up as well as I'd like. I'd like to drop that flank line a nickel in her. She's one I think could be picked up on her back feet a little bit as you watch her moving about the ring, and the longer we brace her, I think the flatter she gets. She's also the top five. I think she's the flattest in terms of her stifle and their muscle in through her rump structure. But that's a really good outline ewe. One for fifth place, I'd be damn happy to put her out in the flock and look at her and see what I could do breeding her, because there's sure bucks out there that'll fix anything she's got wrong. Really good sheep to be in fifth place. Run into a pair of sheep as we finish out the class. I like this sheep in terms of her top line that we have in sixth. Long-sided. She's really good on her feet and legs. Where she gets into troubles in this class, she doesn't have enough product when we get in behind her. We've got to beef her up in through that rump, especially through that lower leg. Finish the class out with a sheep that gets a little rounder off both ends, one that's a little more refined in terms of his structure and bone work. Really good class. I thought that was one that was really challenging for me today. Congratulations, kids.
Army guy to shove his kid in
And congratulations. We'll get you the results here in half a second on Class 25. Class 26 that'll be coming in the room. These are all December babies, December 5th through December 28th of 25. This is our final class of Hampshire U's. We'll make the selection of your champion reserve in third place, Hampshire. The results now of Class 25 blue ribbon winners include Hannah Hasselbrook from Saunders County, Tyson Shore from Buffalo County, Arabelle Rossmeyer from Buffalo County, Remington Rossmeyer from Buffalo County. Purple ribbon winners include Aubrey Violetter from Phelps County. Second purple is to Laura Sitt from Seward County. And first purple will go to Grant Muscle from Gage County.
another class of 4 that I think we've got 4 extremely different type of sheep, and I don't know if they're going to match up exactly the way you always want to see them from the sidelines, but I thought there was one sheep that when we got down to it and I took all the positives out here, I come to the conclusion this one needs to win the class for me. She's a very long-bodied sheep. She's very up-fronted in terms of her neck and that. Does she balance as well as I'd like? Probably not. I'd like to see her flank line just a nickel better. I could see her coming right out of her hip, maybe being a little more level and a little more correct, but she's very fresh. She's got a really good rib shape to her. She's one that's good in her loin, very nicely presented. I think she gets up and goes. She's the most attractive of the ewes out here. She's the one that kind of meets the hand in the eye the best, I think, of the 3 ewes we have that are really in contention to win this class. Very, very nice sheep. You in second, if you want to study one from a breeding standpoint and a practicality and one that's drew up, the way you want to make a breeding ewe, she is. She's excellent, excellent on her feet and legs. Her neck sets into her right. Her top line is absolutely beautiful. For me, I question her when I get right over the top of her. Could we change her just a little bit as we get down in through this lower third of the shoulder? Absolutely, in my mind. I don't think she has the depth of rib, the width in terms of the lower depth of her rib. We'd like to maybe widen her out to compare her with that one. She's one I would really like to freshen her up in terms of her touch and her appearance to go in and be a class winner. Ewe in third is our most terminal made ewe, one that's extremely muscular, very expressive. You got to love the touch and the handle and the presentation on this ewe. She's a big rib sheep. She's really, really a big rack, flat back kind of a sheep. Love her feet and legs on her. I like the way she floats around the ring. She needs to be a nickel longer neck for me and a little shallower in through her chest floor, but that's one when you take her to the right kind of buck, she can sure make you a good set of sheep out of her coming back. Really nice sheep in third. Congratulations to you. We round out the top 4. We've got a ewe that's really a long-sided, flat, level hip sheep. For me, she gets a little bit piecey in the way she gets around the ring. It's almost like she's maybe hurt her spine just a little bit. She's really made right. She does handle good down her top. I like her feet and legs and her hip. I just wish she traveled out and looked a little bit better as we get her out on the move. Congratulations to you kids in this class.
Getting reorganized, ringside to bring in your Hampshire U is your purple 1s and purple 2s, your selection of your champion reserve and third place. Coming out of class 26, blue ribbon winners include Amelia Hasselbrook from Saunders County, Dylan Lautenklaus from Madison County. Second purple is Piper Anuka from Saunders County, and first purple goes to Idis Klein from Frontier County.
As we bring our first and second out over in the Hamp U drive, talk them 2 classes. Our first class winner is one that I thought really excelled everything that we've seen out in that class in terms of balance, puts everything together. Really good set of feet and legs. You love the side view from her. She's going to be a big ewe, and I like big sheep. I'll be the first to admit it. I don't need any little ones. We've got plenty of feed in our country. I would rather have a lamb chop that's going to fill me up because I can eat a lot, and trust me, they can't make a lamb chop too big for me. This ewe I thought was just really, really good in her makeup. Again, we commented she's maybe got just a little bit of a knob on her brisket. We'd like to tuck her up just a hair bit there, but the rest of her is awfully, awfully good. Ewe that wins that heavy class, made it similar to her, not quite as much of her. I guess if I was standing back and sorting them on eye appeal and the way they, or not eye appeal, but in weights, I would have switched her and had her in the front class. I think she matches up better in that position. But Not as much sheep to her. She's not as wolfy. She's one that doesn't have the loin edge, maybe not quite the overall rump structure that we see in that one that wins the first class. Get into our second place is the lightweight class. That was second. That was you. We talked how terminal and heavy muscled she was, how well presented she was. Is she got a little bit more restriction in her movement? She definitely does, and I do see that in her, but I really like the way this sheep handles. She props up well. Everything else about her is really, really good in my mind. And again, the second and our last class, the U, we called structurally very, very correct. I like lots and lots of things about her in terms of her top line, her feet and legs. I wish I could freshen her up just a notch in terms of her handle today. For me, the class winner comes out of Class 1. That'll be our champion U. Reserve's going to be our second in Class 1. It'll be the young lady. Third will be our heavy class winner. Good set of sheep, though. You guys brought out a really killer set of hamp ewes. Congratulations.
We will have a single entry in our all wool breeds class. This is class 27, born April 7th of this year. Congratulations as we look at our Hampshires. Third will go to Idas Klein from Frontier County, your reserve champion Hampshire year, exhibited by Laura Stitt of Seward County. And congratulations to Grant Mussel of Gage County, your champion Hampshire ewe.
In our wool class, we only have one entry, so fortunately, I can't screw this one up. We've got a really young ewe that is a little bit hard to read being that young and green. I know what it's like having those April babies at my house. They don't always do the best, but certainly one that's in good condition. The young lady's done a nice job of presenting her out here today. Interesting to see this ewe farther down the road. Again, congratulations to you.
And congratulations to Leah Lambert from Doss County, your champion all breed wool breed ewe. We are now moving on to our commercials. Division 1 commercial uses class number 28. They will weigh from 93.5 to 110 pounds.
In our first class of lightweight commercial use, I thought there was a logical place to start in this class, one that suits the hands and the eyes, one that travels extremely well. I thought she was an easy place to start the longer we got to study in these. She has very, very few faults in her. I thought she was put together the nicest of all the ewes out here. Ewes in second and third, I think, are somewhat interchangeable. I think there's definitely things you would change about each one. You in second, I do have you two switched here. You are second and you're third. You in second, the white speckle-faced ewe, I thought was just a nickel longer bodied when we studied them and we put her out there. She's a better loin sheep than I thought she might be when I looked at her coming in the ring. Really long and through the hind saddle. One that I thought was really trim in terms of her makeup. I liked her front end about her. I liked her feet and legs a nickel better than I do that ewe in third. Ewe in third is really presented nice. When she come in, I thought I wanted to win the class with her, and the longer I study her, she gets a little bit more compacted. She gets a little lower fronted as we move her around the ring. The biggest thing for me, that right hind leg wants to fall out and just rock on its side as we're moving him about. She just won't plant it and get up and go like she needs to. I think there's a little bit of an issue there to worry about, but that's what lands her in third versus a second. Really good bodied kind of a sheep, one that's really presented to the tee. I thought her ewe in fourth really resembled that ewe in third in terms of just the basics. She's stout, she's thick. One of our bigger ended sheep. She doesn't have enough pizzazz in terms of her front end. She's not free enough moving off that skeleton to go up any higher in the class. Ewe in fifth, another long-sided, maybe a south down appearing kind of a ewe. I like the length of her top line. Feet and legs are excellent. I'd like to knock that tail head down. She gets too high in her tail head. I'd like to flatten her out there and hook her up a little better in her hip-loin junction to move her up any higher. Good group. Congratulations to our first class.
Class 29, which will enter the ring here momentarily, Division I commercial ewe lambs away from 114 and a half to 120 pounds. Your results of Class 28 blue ribbon winners include Lily Wyman from Lancaster County, Tegan Kapke from Jefferson County, Ella Kaup from Dodge County, Jaylee Kramer from Lincoln County. Purple ribbon winners are Parker Bobenmeyer from Red Willow County. Second purple is a Steel Lockey from Cass County. And first purple goes to Erica Donahue from Saunders County. Yep. And coming in the ring again is Class 29, 114 and a half to 120 pounds. We'll have 3 more classes before the selection of your Division I crossbred ewe.
our second class of commercial use. I thought this is one that kind of suited me pretty good when we got done sorting them. I thought the most complete ewe wins the class for me here. One that's got some length of side, really presented nice, some stoutness of feature, and one that's so structurally sound on the move that I think she slides into this hole relatively easy. Is she the most unique fronted or unique sheep out here? No. Is she the biggest muscled one? No, but she's the most complete to me. She has the most combination of things I'm looking for. Maybe if I'd change her right there, she gives you that look where her hip-loin juncture isn't quite as solid as you'd like it, but I think it's good enough for all the quality she has. You in second is my challenging you. Those of you that know me know I like one that's good looking, one that's got some extension, some length of side, but really a good neck in her. She's tall fronted, her chest floor's up in her. For me, she's not sound enough on the go. She wants to throw that back leg out a little bit. She doesn't travel as well as I'd like. And I think she handles a little stale. She's not as fresh in the top. She's not as big as we progress from the front to rear. I think she gets a little bit narrower out through her rump. I really like her attractiveness and her up-frontedness. She really just needs to get out and travel a little better for me to go out and be the player of the class. You in third, one that maybe follows the you that wins the class a little closer. I think she's just really made like her. She gets shorter in terms of her stature. She's shorter sided. She's great bodied. I like that belly in her. She's got a good swoop there. She's really good into her hip. I'd like to make her a nickel bigger in her overall kind with those two that are above her. I'd like to just square her up and lengthen her out right in through that hip today. But really a nice made ewe that I think is very functional and very sound. Our fourth purple in the class, a ewe that just gets a little heavier fronted, doesn't balance as well as those three above her. She's got all the product in the world. Not as stout, not as rugged, not as up fronted. We'd like to extend her out through that neck. Ewe in fifth is a real attractive kind of a ewe, one that's got a really neat design. And you can see from where I'm at, she's not as stout featured. She's really level in through her top, but when I get out my hands on her, she's probably the narrowest through her rib of the five ewes in the top five. We'd like to pull her apart, give her a little more shape, a little more dimension of body today. Good group. Congratulations, kids.
Our next class in Division 1 commercial ewe lambs will be class number 30, 121 to 127 in weight. Your results coming out of class 29. Blue ribbon winners include Alex Meyer from Buffalo County, Emma Bowman from Buffalo County, Gabriel Olson from Pierce County, Macy Ratchie from Adams County, Ansley Woltman from Box Butte County, Blake Largy from Dodge County. Purple ribbon winners include Kaylee Koke from Wayne County, Preston Bobenmeyer from Red Willow County, second purple to Brixton Andrew from Nemaha County, and first purple will go to Bree Vanisdal from Wayne County. Again, in the ring now will be class number 30, your Division 1 commercial ewe lambs, weighing from 121 to 127.
That's a,
Okay, just hold on.
As we talked this class, I thought when this set come in, I thought my first 5 U's out in the ring definitely needed to be in the first 5, and I think they're probably in the first 6 anyhow. I think we slid the blue U from back in there up, but there are really a lot of differences in that set of U's when you get on top of them, and I think there's 2 that really rise to the top in terms of true show U's. They get out and they travel nice, they're put together nice, and they balance good. And by that I mean they're tall fronted, they're tall at the top of the shoulders, they've got some muscle down their top, their shoulders are not as big as their back end, and I like that. I've seen some U's that I thought looked good in this group over here from the side that I thought their balance was really good. Man, if I get over the top of them, they look as good from the top as they do the side. We're going to have a knockdown drag out. It wasn't as competitive as we get down through here. I think there's U's that have a lot more maturity on their skeleton. They're carrying more grease, more fat, more flaws. Not probably as shapely from behind as we take that fat cover off. Again, these are the 2 that I gravitate to that I thought balanced up the best. Their lean to muscle ratio is excellent. The U I start with, to me, is the most combination sheep out here. She's the best, I won't say the best neck, she's the longest neck sheep, she's the shallowest in her chest floor, she's the leanest in her condition, and she progressively gets wider as we go front from rear. If you want to put your hands on a rack that really explodes, this young man's U, she's the one that's got it. I thought the U that's in second really balanced up good, and for as powerful and massive as she is, she's not as attractive in through her shoulder or front, but she carries that progression in terms of her depth and width of body. She's got a huge turn and curvature to that stifle muscle, one that really looks impressive from the side. For me, as I got over the top of her, she's the heaviest condition of the pair. I think she's the least nondescript in terms of her muscle down her top, through her loin, in comparison to those 2. We would like to see her progressively widen out as we handle her from front to rear. But that is a very well presented U, one I'd be proud to take home, and I know there's a bunch of bucks that'll make a champion out of her. Good job to you, young lady. Get into our third place, a nice sheep out here. One that patterns a little better than our second place. Not as much power as that class winner. I could see this ewe maybe be a nickel better in through her hip loin juncture. She gets a little bit flat there. Her hip set's a little higher in her. She's a little less nondescript and a little less shapely in terms of muscle. We'd like to put more product on her to go into those first 2 places. U in fourth is one that's a little heavier muscle than that U in third. I like that about her. But I think as you study her and you look at her comparative to the top 4 or to the top 3, she's the shortest statured sheep in terms of her neck. I'd like to see more length and extension through her neck. And I don't think she balances as well when you go from front to rear. She's a deeper chested ewe. She gets a little higher in that flank. The hip tips up. We'd like to sock that hip down in her just a nickel more. But a really good dynamic kind of ewe that'll make a real practical brood ewe. Ewe in fifth is what I struggled with a little bit. Fifth and sixth, I guess. I'll talk that pair before I quit. But I thought those 2 ewes are really nice bodied ewes. I really like the body and the presentation of this ewe in fifth. As I studied her, I thought maybe we could use her in the top 3. And I don't know if she travels around the ring as well as I'd like. I don't know if that neck sets in there quite as neat on top of that shoulder. She's a little shorter, a little boxier, which I don't mind. I really love the swoop to her belly. Good-legged, stout kind of a sheep with a big end on her. She just needs to be a little bit looser in her makeup. I'd like to see that neck come out a little nicer when we get her on the move. Lengthen her out just a nickel in terms of her body length. U in sixth, we'll talk that one. That one's a little longer sighted than the blue U in fifth. I thought when she originally come out, I was going to use this ewe a little bit higher too. Big pawed kind of a sheep. The young lady's did a beautiful job of working on those feet and legs. This ewe from the side I really like. I love the levelness out through her hip, the depth of muscle she possesses. When I get on top of her, though, she carries too much cover for me. She's too mature in through that front end. A good set, good class in this top end. Congrats, kids.
Our next class in Division 1 Commercial ULAMs will be class number 31. They'll weigh from 128 to 129. We'll have one more division class after this before the selection of your champion and reserve for Division 1. Results coming out of your class 30. Blue ribbon winners include Leah Lambert from Dawes County, Emily Muntz from Cass County, Grace Mitchell from Holt County, Aslan Cox from Valley County, Jaden Thompson from Valley County, Ellen Schmidt from Jefferson County, Isabel Santiago from Stanton County. Purple ribbon winners will be Bree Vandersdal from Wayne County, Edison Uberler from Scottsbluff County, Brixton Andrew from Nemaha County. Your second purple will be Hannah Hassebrook from Saunders County, and first purple goes to Parker Bobenmeyer from Red Willow County. Again, in the ring now is Class 31, Division 1. These ewes are from 128 to 129.
I believe this is the final class of our division. If I'm correct there, we end up on a really good class. I thought there was 3 sheep in here that really challenged me when we started sorting them. I elected to go with the one that I thought had just a little bit more look, a little bit more freedom of movement when we got her out. Stayed together, stayed tall at the point of her shoulder, was longer neck, chest floor was stuck up in her. I guess the negative thing, a negative comment I might make is I wish she was just a little more dominant in terms of her loin edge as she hooks up into her hip. She's just a little flatter, a little more washy there. We could put her together there just a little better. I think this would be one whale of a sheep. Not the biggest bodied sheep out here, but one that's certainly attractive, very functional, presented very well. I thought the ewe in second was one that really had some dynamics when we propped her up. I love the job this girl does showing this sheep. She gets that front end up. That sheep looks the piece when we got her stuck. For me, where I'm going to pick on her, when we start walking them, the highest part of your sheep is the tail head, the rump structure. I'd like to see her taller at that point of the shoulder on the move. If we could elevate her ever so slightly, you could move into that first hole. That's an awful good sheep to be in second. And I'm sure when people leave home, that's one you think you got a shot at winning a class, and she sure does. And maybe under the next guy that wants them a little more packed up, she's the one that does it. For me today, I'd just like to make her taller at the point of the shoulder. Much can be said about the young man in third. His lamb is very, very similar. Not quite as dynamic in terms of the rib shape, but one that's really long-bodied. He's level-made. Again, this is a quicker maturing sheep in the class. I'd like to extend her out a little bit. There's not as much punch in this ewe as we get behind her, but that's a very, very nicely presented ewe. One I'd be proud to own to put back in the flock, and I'll promise you there's a bunch of bucks that'll make a great one out of her next year. Good job to you, young man. Young man in fourth, I thought that was a sheep that when he walked in, I thought the longer I studied this sheep in class, probably picked a few more holes in him. Again, like the classroom, maybe not quite as fresh in that loin edge, but one that I thought gets a little tighter gutted. I'd like to see a little more flank in your ewe to make her a little more productive looking. She's a little bit deeper in her chest floor, just not as fresh in her overall look and appearance as those 3 above her, but really a nice sheep to be in the 4th place. Ewe that rounds out the top 5, really super bodied kind of a sheep, one that's very sound and functional. Not a lot of bells and whistles on her, but one, again, you can go back into the ewe flock and she's not going to hurt you a bit. She'll make a good set of babies for you come next year. Congratulations, kids.
We're set for our final class in Division 1. This will be Class 32 that will be entering the ring momentarily. Here's the results of Class 31. Blue ribbon winners include Ava Carnop of Burke County, Elizabeth Skavinsky of Valley County, Ashley Robb of Hall County, Jillian Muntz of Cass County, Dalton Valick of Knox County, Melanie Korth of Washington County, Angus Johnson of Merritt County, Madison Lampsman of Thurston County. Purple ribbon winners will be Stetson Baumberger of Scottsbluff County, Idas Klein of Frontier County. Second purple is Therese Ayler of Jefferson County. And first purple will go to Colburn Clausen of Furnace County. As you can see, walking in the ring is our final class of Division 1 commercial ewe lambs. These ewes will weigh from 130 to 134. After this class, a selection of your champion Division 1 crossbred ewe.
Oh, yeah. 5. I guess I misspoke when I said our last class, so the last division was the last class. I find this to be a real challenging class for me to sort. I get sheep I really, really like and think a lot of propped up when I get off to the side, and then we get them in motion. I'm probably not as wild about them, and when we get on top of them, I wish they progressed a little wider from front to rear. We're just trying to blend these together. I just say the young woman in the front hole, she showed herself into a winner today. She stayed with that sheep. I was a little concerned, and I still am, when you get this sheep out on move. Is this sheep tall enough at the chest floor? Is this sheep long enough necked? Man, she props him up. He looks like he needs to be in a picture from here. Love his top side. He's the one that has the truest progression of muscle from front to rear to me out of these top 5. One that's not ultra lean, but lean enough in comparison to the contemporaries here. Really like the side profile and the design of this sheep from front to rear. Again, as we put her in motion, I'd pick on her a little bit and beat her up there, but the rest of that sheep's darn good. You did a whale of a job of showing that sheep into this lineup. Young man in second, really a better fronted kind of a sheep. I think this sheep, when you get to studying him, and especially when you get on top of him, the longer he's out here, he gets just a little bit weak right in here. We get a little higher in terms of that tail set. I'd like to level that up, drop that tail down a little better. Give him just a shot more muscle as we get behind, but one that's really sound in terms of getting out there and moving on his feet and legs. Young lady's lambing third. She's done a good job of battling through this one, not always the most cooperative. Another long-sided sheep. I thought this one matched the front one. Maybe doesn't prop up as well when we get on the side of him, but one that has that extra shot of length in him, and yet with that extra length, she doesn't fall apart. I know a lot of people don't care how long-bodied they are. I still like them longer than tall. I think there's some value to that length of carcass. I think there's some value to production. This sheep has it. I wish this sheep just maybe propped up a nickel better when we get on the side of them. The 2 sheep that really prop up, I think, when we get on the side is our lambs in 4th and 5th. When we started out, I had these 2 running in that top 3, and the longer I studied them, I don't know if they've got enough freshness to their top. I don't know if they're big enough right out through their pin bones. They're lambs that, to me, just get a nickel deeper, especially our lamb in 5th when we get off the brace. That sheep's lower in through that chest floor. We'd like to maybe just power them up in relation to their frame size, and then we put them beside the 3 in the front. They're maybe a little smaller in terms of their stature, but have a lot more muscle. It gets to be challenging to put this group of 5 together, but I thought that was a really nice class. Some depth of quality. We'll give 5 purples. It's a class, again, I think you can be very subjective. If you're in the crowd, I wouldn't disagree with you if you had these flip-flopped in these top 5. But a good set. Congratulations, kids.
Reserve champion and 3rd place overall.
We're now ready to make the selection of our champion Division I crossbred youth. This will be your first and second purples from each of our Division I classes. Here's your results of Class 32. Blue ribbon winners include Hannah Bowman from Buffalo County, Claire Fisher from Buffalo County, Landon Busson from Washington County, Scarlett Prince from Buffalo County, Adeline Peterson from Phelps County, Josie Root from Merrick County. Purple ribbon winners include Daphne Jelichka from Colfax County, Lydia Donahue from Saunders County, Reese Ayler from Jefferson County. Your second purple exhibited by Eldridge Howard from Scotts Bluff County, and your first purple will go to Hannah Hasselbrook from Saunders County. Gonna get them all lined up, set to go. It's time for the selection of your champion Division I crossbred ewe.
in our lightweight division of commercial use as we bring these class winners out. Fun to look at what we've done thus far and put them all back together out here. I thought that was a really nice set through there. There was definitely classes that were deeper than others and classes we kind of struggled to get through, but we bring them all back out. I'm satisfied with what we've got. Nice looking, nice made sheep. Probably some sheep that carry a nickel more condition than I like. Some I'd like to see just maybe a little taller at their point of the shoulder, but overall it's a good set. There was one for me, I guess, hit me hard in class. I'll be the young lady that wins class 4. I thought that was the sheep I had to have to win the light division. That's a really good sheep. I thought in this second and third hole, this gets really close in amongst our second and our fourth and our fifth place lambs that are in this lineup today. I study them and I look at them and I don't see a lot of variability in them. They're all really stout. They're rugged made in terms of their footwork. They're athletic looking. Maybe not as extended as that class or that champion, but certainly sheep, when you get these kids on them, showing them, they pack a really nice punch and look really good out here stuck. So we'll pick those two. I'm going to study the lamb we moved up a little bit, and I'll show you the next two in the lineup, and we'll conclude the light division. Again, put your hands together for those in that light division. I thought that was a fun group to sort.
Oh, nope.
And in Class 22, Carson Brooks, Komodo County receives a purple ribbon.
There's proof right
We
there.
have
We should
Class
not go.
23 in the ring, single entry today by Raylan Steinkruger from Franklin County.
All right, now I'm really
Going
messed up.
yearling heifer calf, March, April 2025.
Yeah, 1434.
Yep.
1604. Oh, 418. Not 1248.
Oh, okay, sorry about that.
No, it's not your fault. Congratulations, your champion Division One crossbred U, exhibited by Free Vanisdal from Wayne County. That would be your third place. Your second place went to Reese Ayler from Jefferson County, and your grand champion for crossbred, or excuse me, from the champion Division One crossbred U is to Colburn Clausen from Furnace County. We're on to Class 33, Division Two. They weigh from 135 to 136.
Our first class in the middle division, I seen this ewe lamb in Showmanship, and I thought, well, it'd be interesting to see where she shows up. A really fun, neat kind of a sheep to evaluate. One that's got a great turn to her rib, really fitted nice, lots of muscle expression. Maybe a nickel more terminal than some of the ewes we've seen out here today, but one that's put together really well. As I talked to the young man in Showmanship, we talked about what we'd change about her, and he called her maybe a nickel round. And I think he's probably hitting that nail on the head. She could be a little bit leveler off her hip, maybe a little bit straighter up on that shoulder. She gets a nickel round, but man, her chest floor is shallow, her ribs really good. You get on top of her, she progresses. She's one that handles with the most authority in terms of her top shape, down her loin, and in through her stifle muscle of the group. You in second, I thought this ewe propped up really well, and I know when the young lady let her out, I scratched my head thinking, I don't know if her neck set's right. You know, when you get those kind of sheep and you fight them out here, you assume they're not going to prop up very good. But this one does prop up pretty good. She gets beat because of the depth of her chest. She's a little bolder. She's a little longer bladed, a little more forward in her shoulder. I'd like to change that about her, but she does handle exceptionally well. Her advantage over the ewe in third is her extra length of body, her length of top line, her levelness out through her hip, and her width through her hip. I think she's very true, and what you see is what you get in that ewe. Not any extra condition, just a really sound kind of a ewe. Again, change her a little in the depth of that chest and make that neck come out a little bit more on top of her shoulder. She runs up and chases the top one real fast. Ewe in third's a real practical kind of a sheep. I like the way this young man shows this sheep. That neck comes out of the top of the blades. I thought when we got in behind these three ewes, yours tapers and narrows the most of the three. I'd like to widen her out. Maybe have that tail head set down just a little bit flatter on her skeleton, but one that's sure got a good body, one that's practical, one that'll make an awful good commercial ewe going down the road. Her next ewe, a good bodied kind of ewe, one that I thought got a little shorter hip, a little rounder out through her hip. We'd like to lengthen and level her out through that hip, give her a little more stoutness, a little more of the bells and whistles out here to go up against those three above her. Our next ewe, alongside ewe that kind of matches a little bit the design of those two blue ewes above her, not only in terms of color, but I thought structure. This one just gets a little stale to the touch. She plays out in terms of width and dimension right out through her hip today. Good set to start off the middle division. Congrats, kids.
Getting ready for Class 34 Division II Commercial ewe lambs. Your Class 34 will weigh from 137 to 138. Results coming from Class 33. Blue ribbon winners include Piper Anuka from Saunders. My mic, there we go. Now it's back. Ashton Wagner from Lancaster County. Augustus Woltman from Box Butte County. Aspen Stoudemire from Box Butte County. Purple ribbon winners include Cooper Root from Merritt County, Carter Check from Butler County. Second purple is Natalie Wagner from Dodge County, and first purple will go to Michael Lucky III from Cass County. Again, you're seeing in the ring now is Class 34 Division II, weighing 137 to 138.
I'll go on the books as saying this was probably the funnest trio we've had out here, and certainly some differences, but I thought when these three walked in, they owned this class, and it doesn't change my mind as I study them longer. I get on them and handle them. I think there's some definite gives and takes in this top pair. You kind of pick your poison. The you that I elected to win, let me first say all three of these are very, very well presented. Kids have done an excellent job of showing, but I thought this sheep here, when it come in, when you get on top of this sheep and you study the width and the dimension of this sheep from front to rear, you could fit every one of these other ewes inside of her. Just big, big cage. She's big monster hips. She's big-legged. I love the turn and the shape to her stifle. When I get from the side and when I get behind her, she's ultra good on her feet and legs. If I want to get nitpicky on one I like real well, I don't think she's as stout forearm, maybe as stout boned as those used in second and third, but she's close enough. I've never had a bone sandwich that tasted good, so I'm not going to get overcritical on that if she's not quite as stout in her structure. She might be a nickel fatter than those two ewes behind her, but her body is just incredible. The swoop to her center, she looks female all the way. She's one when you put her in the lambing jug. I think you're going to be pretty proud of what your outlook is. Just really nice sheep to start with. We're not going to take anything away from this lamb in second because I really do believe in my mind that's as close a placing in two really good sheep that are different. A ewe in second, notch longer sided. A ewe that I think is definitely trimmer over her rib. She's expressive in terms of her muscle. When you get over the top of her, and especially behind her right in through that rump, she's not as full, she's not as wide through that tail head. We'd like to widen her out, give her a little more width and dimension in those pin bones, but she's really good on her feet and legs, and this young lady's just rocked the socks off of them showing them today. I'd love to have her on my show team because she does an excellent job of propping them up. And the ewe that come in third, as the longer I've studied her and we watch her move, I love the body and design and the handle on this sheep. She's as crisp to the touch, big, big rack. She's really good in her design. She's very attractive. I guess for me, what decides it, and it decides it pretty quick when we get to move, she's too rigid and she's too tight on the movement. I've got to free her up, soften her up in that, just to get her to stride out with a little longer stride and cover her tracks a little better. But really a beautiful presented sheep, one that handles with those top two equally as impressive. Our blue ewe in fourth, alongside a little more terminal muscled sheep. This ewe is huge, huge back. She's as lean as anything we've got out there. Maybe not quite as complete in terms of her design and her structure. She gets a little bolder about her shoulder, a little deeper through her brisket, but one that's got just exudes loads of muscle starting right out behind her blade. She's big racked, good loin, really sound, very practical. I think she's got a lot of future for the young lady. Finish the top five out with one that gets a little blotchy colored from the red. I like this ewe in terms of her length of body and everything. You put her beside those four above her, she's not woofy enough as we get behind her. I got to put more punch in her pants to move up any higher. Good group to work with, very competitive.
Entering the ring now will be Class 35 Division II Commercial ewe lambs, weighing 139 to 140. We'll have one more class, Class 36, before our Division II crossbred ewes are selected. The results coming out of Class 34. Blue ribbon winners will include Tenley Upson from Buffalo County, Oliver Howard from Scotts Bluff County, Tia Magsukter from Sherman County, Ella Krakowski from Sherman County, Knox Robertson from Perkins County. Purple ribbon winners include Mahia Jones from Cherry County, Lindy of Fillingham from Scotts Bluff County. Second purple is Reese Ayler from Jefferson County. And first purple goes to Sage Stoltz over at Boone County. Hey, you guys on the fence in the pink and the blue shirt, we need to have you off the fence, please. Thank you.
In our third class of commercials in the middle division, I believe that's where we're at. Anyhow, we talked this Blue U, and I think she's the one that has to win the class. As she really props up. She's presented nice. She's tall fronted. She's good neck. She's good spine. Soft enough made in terms of her center body. Is she the biggest ended sheep out here? We've got to the top 5, definitely not. But I think she's adequate. She's got enough positives and ESTs on the other end that I'm going to go ahead and use her to win the class. She's just really attractive, really moves right. A young man promised me she'd behave better when we bring her back out for the next division drive. So I'm counting on you, buddy. I thought I got close in this second and third place, and I originally had, until I walked these 3 sheep, I had this changed. I think the advantage goes to the young man in terms of just being a little better and a little higher in his chest floor. I really like that part. This is a really big top, big butted kind of a ewe lamb. She carries a little more shoulder. She carries more conditioning all the way down her spine. Again, you look at those and they're big bodied, and I think in my head I've seen sheep and you get them fleshed up, they change immensely. If we peel the condition off some of these ewes that are a little fat, will they be as wolfy as we think when you compare them to one that's in the front of the class that's maybe a little leaner, don't look near as good bodied, don't look near as big ended? I think you got to take that into consideration. But this is the best balanced sheep of what's remaining in the class. I like the way the young man gets her out and shows her and moves her around the ring. We could change her in her condition, make her a little taller at the point of the shoulder. She'd get more competitive real quick. Thought the young lady's ewe in third. This sheep is just basic, good, sound livestock. When you get on top of her, she's good fronted, she's good handling, she's probably the most appropriate condition ewe in the class. She just progressively gets nicer as you go down her top. Does she have a wow factor? Is she tall enough chested? Is she long enough neck? Probably not, but she's one that's sound. She's basic. There's plenty of bucks out there that'll work on that kind of ewe. That's a good sheep to be in third. Congratulations to you. Next ewe, a big framed ewe. One, I guess if I could put more guts in her, I could put a little more handling qualities, just a little bit more mass behind her. She could move up higher, but there's just not enough to this sheep with those 3 that are in this ring today, especially as we get into the heavier weights. She gets to looking a little more freakish. We'd like to tone her down, give her just a little more product to move up into those top 4. Next ewe is a big basic sound ewe. I think there's a lot of productivity about her. She needs a few more bells and whistles. She needs to touch just a little better today to go into the top 3 or 4. Congrats, kids, on a good set. Good job.
Our final Division II commercial ewe lambs are set to enter the ring, class number 36, weighing from 141 to 143. After this class, your selection of your champion Division II crossbred ewe will be selected. Here's the results of Class 35. Blue ribbon winners will include Emily Spencer from Red Willow County, Maya Sabin from Cass County, Claire Kriesel from Adams County, Rhett Robertson from Perkins County, Wesley Schmidt from Johnson County. Your purple ribbon winners out of Class 35 include Brennan Mickey from Hamilton County. Second purple is to Dalton Vilek from Knox County. And first purple will go to Kason Quinn from Butler County.
In our final class of Division II commercial use, there's a nice sheep to start with. I think it's very logical in my mind. One that's really attractively presented. She's tall fronted, long necked. Her neck sets in right. Maybe not quite as powerful as some of those sheep we see third, fourth, and fifth, but she's got enough. Her design and her balance, her structure, I think she wins this class very handily. For me, the challenge comes, what do I do in my second and third place? Two ewes that are really, really heavy muscled. I think there's an advantage to each one of them. The ewe in second's the leaner muscled of the two. She gets a little bit tighter and more restrictive in her movement. I'd like to soften her up, let her walk out just with a little more ease. But one, you sure have to appreciate the terminal muscle, the volume of muscle, and the shape she has, and yet it's laid on so it's attractive. She just needs to get out and go just a little bit better. Ewe in third, I like this ewe a bunch too. Her biggest challenge for me is where her neck sets in her. She gets a little long bladed. We'd like to change that neck coming out of her, like to stick it on top of those shoulders a little better, but one that's really good in terms of her top line. She handles good. Carries a nickel more condition, that ewe in second. That's why she is where she is. We'd like to clean that up. We'd like to change that neck placing and that depth of rib in her to get her into those top two. Our blue ewe in fourth, just a basic kind of ewe. I don't see as many wow factors in her. She's going to make a great mama type sheep. She's stout, she's rugged, she's got a soft enough look to her to make a mama. Doesn't have the bells and whistles, doesn't have the touch, the muscle shape down her top. Maybe like to blow her apart a little from hooks to pins, but one that's a solid, good, round-bodied kind of a sheep. Next ewe, one that really props up nice. I thought this sheep was nice in class. I thought when we get over the top of her, she's just a nickel more open bladed all the way through. We'd like to tighten her up in her shoulder setting in the top. She's just wolfy in terms of her muscle. The young lady's done a nice job of feeding and shore. Just like to clean her up, make her a little bit neater in terms of those shoulder blades today. Good set in these top end. Congratulations, kids.
They're going to get them relined up and get ready for your champion Division II crossbred ewes to be selected. Here's your results, though, coming out of class number 36. Blue ribbon winners include Jackson Stevenson of Howard County, Amelia Hasselbrook of Saunders County, Connor Calderon of Clay County, Skylar Sumer of Merrick County, Gentry Fredrickson of Cumming County, Marshall McCann of Howard County. Purple ribbon winners include Sage Luking of Harlan County. Your second purple went to Mesa Jones of Cherry County, and first purple out of class 36. Congratulations to Colburn Carlson of Furnace County.
in our Division II Commercial U Drive. I think we've got a nice representation of some really nice sheep out here. I'll be the first to say there's a little bit more variety in terms of muscle shape and body type and styles than I'd really like to have in my front row, but we're going to sort what I feel is the best sheep when they come to us. We'll describe these class winners a little bit. That first blue ewe that comes out, very, very nicely presented. This is as much sculpting as you can have on one in terms of the rack shape, rump shape. I really like the cheeks she's got when you look at her from the side. Very good bone. Is she a little more terminal than you'd like in a breeding ewe class? She possibly could. I guess for me, you study her and you look at her. Is she maybe a nickel shorter hipped? Is she a little rounder off both ends than the other ones? She is. Is that a big enough issue with the other positives she has? Where does she fit in your lineup? I think she's just an awfully good kind of a sheep out here. You that was second in that class, long-sided sheep that didn't really want to cooperate, that really props up better when we get our hands on her, and I think she looks representative in our final drive here, fits that spot real well. Had our class 2, which I thought was a very competitive pair in that top 2. The advantage went to the one that was just a little bit beefier, a little wolfier, so to speak. 2 of them that were really good presented. I thought those were hands down 2 of the better sheep in that class, and then we had to kind of work a little bit more. But this first one, she's wolfy. There's a lot of product there. She's big-bodied. She's maybe a little boxier than our outliers on either end, but man, is she put together, is she wide-chested, she's good-footed, she comes at you and goes away with authority. She's one I like extremely well when you get to studying them. Our next blue ewe, a stout, rugged, heavy-boned one that I really like the front 2/3 of her, and the young man does a great job of showing that to me. I guess when you put her in this lineup of these top 4, probably doesn't have as much beef behind her. We'd like to power her up, give her a little more substance and shape to her muscle as we analyze her from behind. We get into our next class winner, our last one, one that we thought was pretty tricked out, really cool looking. She's really appropriately presented. I love her design and her structure and her style. Again, is she as wolfy as maybe our Division 1 or Class 1 or 2? No, I don't think so, but she's got a lot of product, enough product for me, but got a really cool look. So we've got some decisions to make. I'll show you the ones that I like the best in that order, and we'll continue on with the show. But a good set out here. Congratulations to you kids in Division 2.
And your Division 2 crossbred ewes. Your third place Division 2 crossbred winner is Michael Lockey III from Cass County. Second will go to Sage Stoltz from Boone County. And congratulations, Colburn Clausen of Furnace County will be your champion Division 2 crossbred ewe. In the ring now is Class 37 Division 3 commercial ewes from 144 to 148.
our first class of Division III commercial use. I find this class to be rather challenging to put together with any kind of consistency, and I'm going to gravitate to the U that I liked when she walked into the ring. I think she's the most flexible, she's the most stylish. I think she's still got some grow, some come in her. She's going to get a little bit thicker as she matures. She needs a little more dimension to her through that loin, through that leg today to compete with those 2 or 3 below her. But I think she's elegant enough. Her neck set's right. Her feet and legs are better. The combination of her attributes are what's going to get her to win this class. Don't know if there's enough power there to get super excited. We'll see as we bring them back out. But she's the most complete one in this class to me. Are you in second? Great bodied kind of a sheep, one that reads female all over in terms of mama. I like her center body. She's good through her hip and her rump. I think when you get over the top of her, I'd like to pull her apart in terms of her cage. She gets a little tight, a little restricted. Neck set doesn't quite come out as well as I'd like, but that's one really good bodied one that I like progressively as we go from front to rear. Real basic in her build, not a lot of bells and whistles, but pretty damn complete. I think our third U is one that I thought originally I might get up in the second hole. I like a lot of things about her. The young man's done a nice job of showing her. She's very fresh in her touch. She's very expressive in her top shape. Love her out of her shoulder blades. Her neck set's good. Does she have enough depth of flank and depth of body for you? That's the question I have when I study her. I think she just progressively gets shallower as we go from front to rear. I'd like to drop that flank down slightly, give her a little more center, but she's fed right. She's one that's very, very terminal in terms of her feminine abilities. I'd like to soften her just a little to compete against them top two, but there's a lot of good features in that U. Just need to soften her a bit for me today. Our U in fourth is one that I step back and I study her, and I really like the way she looks when I get on the side, and I question, do I need to have her back out there higher? She's a mama U, much like that one in second, a little softer made. And then I go and I look back over and I get over the top of her, and she carries more shoulder, more width up top than what I think's necessary. I'd like her shoulders to tie in just a little better. Clean her up in terms of her condition over her rib today to go into those top three, but a really good one in fourth hole. Our fifth spot's a real meaty, muscular kind of a U. There's a lot of product hanging on this U, and I think you can see from where you're sitting, the cheeks on this U are unreal. She's good-bodied, she's stout. I'd like to make her longer-necked and more attractive from the side today. Good set. Congratulations, kids.
Our next class will be Class 38 Division III Commercial U Lambs, weighing 149 to 154. Results of Class 37 include blue ribbon winners: Violet Nuss of Cass County, Grace Nelfelt from Lincoln County, Caitlin Grace from Clay County, Tylee Cox from Valley County, Bailey Weldon from Buffalo County. Purple ribbon winners include Claire Fisher from Buffalo County, Gavin Root from Merritt County. Second purple is to Caden Peterman of Franklin County, and first purple will go to Addison Reuter from Scotts Bluff County. That is the results of Class 37. Class 38 is now in the ring, weighing 149 to 154.
second class, the third division. We got a couple of good ones come out here, and I thought there was one that just kind of put it all together in terms of being sound, attractive, super bodied kind of a sheep to make a female out of. Just very salty kind of an individual to win the class. Want to get nitpicky and critical on her. She's maybe a little softer in her handle than some of the others in the class, but she certainly represents herself well. She carries herself well, and as good as I think she looks when she's propped up, I think she gets around the ring even better. She walked in, she was the one to beat for me at that moment. She kind of maintains that presence throughout the show. Are you in second? Very terminal in her handle. I thought this sheep was as crisp and heavy muscled as any sheep we've had out here in these U drives. Maybe a nickel too tight in her lines. You'd like to soften her, especially at this weight. You start to see her get a little bit maybe harsher to the touch. Big back kind of a ewe. A little more restricted out through her front end, through her neck structure, but she's one that's a very good handling individual. This young man's done a good job of feeding her, good job of fitting and clipping on her. Next ewe, a super big-bodied ewe. I thought she was going to compete in that second hole a little bit longer. And the more I study her, I think she gets a little plainer. She gets a little bit sloppier. I don't think her legs in the back end travel as true and straight as we need to. She gets a little bit off on those when we get around the corners and that, but certainly a good-bodied one that you can put out with a buck, and I think you can raise one. You can come back and compete in the weather show. Good sheep there in third. Young man's ewe in fourth, longer-sided sheep, one that doesn't have the bells and whistles in accordance with the leg hair that those three above them, but one that's really fresh to the handle. I love her rack shape, good loin. She's long in the right places for me. She could probably pack just a nickel more punch as we get behind her to get up in those top three holes, but good sheep to have in fourth. Round out the top five with another ewe that I thought was a heavy muscled sheep. And she gets into fifth because she's starting to get a little soft over her ribs. I'd like to tone her down just a nickel to go up any higher. Good group again. Congratulations, kids.
We've got one of the bigger classes so far here in this division or in showmanship in general. So wanted to take just a couple more minutes because I thought there were several of them in this heat.
We're set to bring in Class 39 of our Division III commercial ewe lambs. Class 39 weighs from 155 to 165. There'll be one more class after this. Then your champion Division III will be selected, followed by your overall champion commercial ewe, and then the grand champion overall 4-H breeding ewes. We got a lot of ring time yet to come here for our sheep exhibitors. The results now out of Class 38. Blue ribbon winners include Julian Stevenson from Howard County, Trace Segura from Sherman County, Mason Wagner from Knox County, Jonah Stevenson from Howard County, McKenna Ratchie from Adams County. Purple ribbon winners are Parker Bobenmeyer from Red Willow County, Wyatt Evanson from Hall County. Second purple goes to Kenan Dornhoff of Buffalo County, and first purple goes to Keegan Kirschner over at Lincoln County.
as we move up in these heavier weights. The kids have still done a good job of feeding them. I thought there was one ewe in here, especially when we got them propped up, that needed to come to the top, and the young lady's ewe does that really nice. Very, very well balanced. This is one that's got some power to her. She's got some look. She's got some width. I don't punch a lot of holes in this sheep, and for as heavy as she still handles and looks relatively fat-free. She's up-fronted. She's got a good neck structure in her. Very fresh. I thought she went in here and won that class. The one I gravitated to when we walked in, the young lady has in second. I thought this ewe really moved out good. And the longer we study her out here, especially in comparison with those ewes on either side, I got to pack a little more punch in your ewe. I don't think she's got enough to her top as you hook into that loin. The rump and the loin hook together. We'd like to freshen her up there, but really an attractive, really well-presented sheep. She's cool neck. She's good fronted. Just need to pack a little more in the back end. Are you in third? A really thick kind of a bodied ewe. She gets a little more basic in her build, a little plainer about her front end. We'd like to sculpt that and change that just a little bit down through that shoulder and the breastplate, but very good, solid ewe that comes in here in third. You in fourth was one that, if you like a stand-up rack, she's got a freaky rack, and I think that is maybe a little bit to the detriment of this ewe as we study her about the ring. As you study her, you watch her from her loin into her hips and through her tail hood. She gets a little bit jumpy in her jump muscles. She gets a little narrow in her tail head. I'd like to just smooth her top line out all the way down there. Run into our next ewe, another one that's very basic in the build, not a lot of bells and whistles, but this is just a good, solid, functionable female that'll do the young man a good job. A good set for heavyweight ewes. Good job, kids.
We have one final class of our Division III commercial ewes. This will be Class 40. There'll be two entries in this class, 168 to 197 in weight. After this, your champion Division III will be selected, followed by your champion commercial ewe, and then the grand champion overall 4-H breeding ewe of the Nebraska State Fair. Here's your results out of Class 39 blue ribbon winners. Braden Stunmeyer from Box Butte County, Melanie Korth from Washington County, Tatum Stevenson from Howard County, Blaine Caban from Saunders County, Libby Beitner from Hall County. Purple ribbon winners include Lizzie Lambert from Doss County, Victoria Tomke from Phelps County. Second purple goes to Ella Crumbless of Clay County, and first purple is to Jada Clement coming out of Saunders County.
In our heavyweight U class, I guess I'll be I'll go on record saying it's harder to judge two than it is 10 of them. You got a lot of variance in these two. Both good solid ewes. You put the age and maturity on them and the fat cover, try to decipher how much actual true muscle there is in these sheep. But I thought from a structure standpoint and the softness of spine, top line, correctness of hip, the big ewe has to win this class as we come out here. The ewe in seconds maybe a little more terminal to the touch. I really like her coming out of her shoulders. She's leaner in terms of her condition. I'd just like to change her and maybe soften her a little, especially for the age and the stage she's at in relation to that class winner. Good pair. Congratulations to you two.
Your results out of class number 40, Division III commercial ewes. Second purple goes to Danica Lechtenberg of Holt County, and your first purple is to Logan Olson from Hall County. Get everybody rearranged. We're going to make your selection now of your champion Division III crossbred ewe. And of course, we'd like to say a big thank you once again to Beth Vinsteel, Cooper Specialty Feeds, Farmers Cooperative Dorchester, and Aurora Co-op for your continued sponsorship of the 4-H Foundation Sheep Program.
For our final division drive over in the Market Lambs in Division 3, we bring out this set of lambs and we've talked them in class. We'll give a brief description again. Our first class winner, one that's really a long-necked, tall-fronted kind of a sheep. I think we commented in class maybe we'd like to see just a little bit more to her in terms of her top shape and running through her hip. Didn't notice as much in class, but I think you see it as we translate into our second and third class winners. She gets a little outpowered there, but she is one really good structured female, long neck, presented right. We get her out on the walk. Maybe she's a nickel deeper than what we have in those other class winners. I'd like to shallow her up there, but mainly I'd like to power her up just a nickel in terms of that loin shape. A second in that class was just a sound, productive kind of sheep. We made comment, doesn't have a lot of flaws in him, not a lot of bells and whistles, but certainly one that's going to make an awful good brood ewe. That comes in our second class winner, a really nice made ewe, one that's super, super sound on her feet and legs. I thought she was a pretty good specimen in this class, and I think as we get her out here, I still really like her. I think my favorite part about her is when we get her on the walk, how effortlessly she gets around the ring. For one that's got that big a cage, she's got that big square old hip in her. She's got a lot of muscle to her. Her center body is really good. Just a lot of really nice pieces about her. One that I think you could have a lot of fun breeding on, maybe put into a flush program down the road. Our second in that class, really good handling sheep, one that was a little more terminal in terms of the muscle shape. We'd maybe like to give her just a little softer look out here, but certainly one that I thought was very deserving of that second hole. And we come into our third class winner, and this one has kind of grown on me as we've kind of went through this show. I thought I probably didn't come out and recognize that sheep as early in that class as I would have liked to, for as well as I like her, as we've talked her through the class winners and then bring her back out here. There's not many holes or flaws in her. She's presented really, really good. She's long, level top, still runs uphill. Again, much the same as the second class winner. I think those two are really up in their chest good. She's not maybe as opened up in her rib as that one that wins the second class, but where she gets beat there, she makes up for it in terms of having a big old butt in her. She carries that muscle deep into her cheek. She's a deep stifled ewe, just a really good bodied ewe. Again, that's very stout, very good structured on her feet and legs. I think she's a very competitive sheep in this drive. Our second in that class, a ewe that I think when we bring her out here, maybe like our first class winner, we'd like to change that top line just a little bit. I think she plays out a little in her loin edge, maybe getting a little dehydrated out here, like to fill her up, give her just a little bit more body there today. And we finish off with a couple of big ewes in our heavy class, really sound, productive ewes. Don't have the bells and whistles that the younger ones that are a little bit more toned up have today, but a good set to work through. Again, congratulations to all you kids in Division 3. I'll show you the two I like the best, or excuse me, the three I like the best out here.
In your champion division 3, third place will go to Cannon Darnhoff of Buffalo County. Second is to Keegan Kirshner of Lincoln County, and first goes to Jada Clement of Saunders County. Up next on the sheep side of the ring is going to be the selection of your champion commercial ewe. Entry now will be the selection of your champion commercial ewe. Once that selection is made, we'll bring them all back in for the selection of your grand champion overall 4-H breeding ewe.
for our champion in the commercial U drive. Really gets fun getting them back out here, and I don't think I would feel uncomfortable using any one of these in the top three. They're all really, really good sheep. They're attractive. They're my kind of sheep. They're longer than they are tall with some muscle to them, but yet they're sheep that I can look at from the side and appreciate them. I'm not going to tell you I'm a butt cutter, because I'm not. I don't need the biggest butted sheep out here, but I need one that's going to be flexible and get out and move. I like them relatively lean in terms of condition. Even in my ewes, I don't think they need to be super, super fat. I like to just have them look like they're athletes. And the day for being a ewe will be coming down the road when we'll start to put some more body and some fat on them. But at this stage, these sheep out here hit me really well. I think we can look at that, and my front three are awesome in terms of their conditioning and the presentation. You kids have done an excellent job. We'll talk a little more about everything when we get into our final overall U drive, but I know we talked these enough in class. You probably don't want to, or divisions, you don't want to hear it again. And I'll just cut to the chase. I'm going to pick the three sheep out I like the best, and that's what I came for, and I think that's what you guys hired me for. We'll proceed with that, and then we'll bring in our final U drive. But a great set out here in the commercial U lambs. Again, congratulations to all you kids that have been through here and for the job you've done. And again, it behooves me to say that it's not near as fun if you haven't beat some good ones, and you kids have beat some good ones. So put your hands together for everybody that was out here, if you would, please. Thank you.
Third is Sage, right? Okay. Congratulations, you're a champion commercial. Your third place will be to Sage Schultz. Sage is from Boone County. Your reserve champion is to Jada Clement from Saunders County, and your champion commercial goes to Corbin Clausen from Furnace County. Do you want me to read? It is now time to make the selection of your grand champion overall 4-H breeding. You a big shout out and thank you, of course, to our judge today, Keith Berry. Keith, as he welcome all back into the ring as soon as we get the thumbs up that they're ready to go and lined up. for folks standing ringside. We're just waiting for one more exhibitor to make it to the holding area, and then we'll get underway with a selection of your grand champion overall 4-H breeding here at the Nebraska State Fair. As they enter the ring, ladies and gentlemen, let's give these youth a big round of applause. They have been showing since 8:30 this morning in showmanship and then on to our breeding show. These is the final drive for your grand champion overall 4-H breeding ewe here at the Nebraska State Fair. Representing your champion, Dorset Blankavon from Saunders County. Your reserve champion is Arabella Rossmeyer from Buffalo County. Third is to Annabelle Pearson of Thayer County. Representing your South Downs, your champion is Cameron Deceive of Holt County. Reserve champion South Down is to Kason Quinn of Butler County. And third South Down went to J.C. Kirshner of Lincoln County. Representing your registered all other breeds includes Addison Lawrenson from Lancaster County and Addison Lawrenson as well, Lancaster County. Their champion all hair breeds. Ryan Blake of Gage County. Reserve will go to Elizabeth Blake of Gage County. And third all hair breed goes to Ryan Blake of Gage County. In your champion Hampshire, it is Grant Muscle from Gage County. Your reserve champion Hamp is Dolores Sitt of Seward County. And third Hamp went to Ines Klein of Frontier County. Your champion all wool breeds went to Leah Lambert from Dawes County. And finally, your champion commercial went to Colburn Clausen of Furnace County. Reserve champion to Jada Clement of Saunders County. And third commercial to Sage Stoltz of Boone County. Ladies and gentlemen, those are your first champions, reserve and third place for all of our breeding divisions here at the Nebraska State Fair.
As we begin our grand drive for the U Show, I just want to thank everybody involved in helping us out here today in the ring, or from getting them entered to my ring help, the girls, and my tester in the back to make sure they're all clean, and just a lot of appreciation for everything it takes to make these shows work. And I'm guessing I've been around it long enough. Most of them hear more complaints than they do thank you. So how about if we just give them all one big thank you and let it go for the day? I've talked these till I'm blue in the face, and I'll probably start saying some things I didn't say the first time and get it all screwed up, so I'm not going to comment very much. But I just want everybody to know it's been through this U Show. I've done this for a heck of a long time, and I'm going to just tell you, the best looking you ain't going to have the best lamb, probably. She might be the high seller tomorrow, but she won't have the best lamb. But and regardless to the show ring, we still want one that looks good, you appreciate the style, and I'll go out and say it, I like a pasture ewe. I want one when I go to eat dinner and have breakfast, I can look out my window, and she looks damn good out in the pasture. I still like that kind of a sheep, and I'm going to pick that kind of sheep, and when I quit picking that kind of sheep, I'm not going to be in this ring no more. So I like sheep that look good. Whether they breed true or not, we don't know, but I will promise you kids have one advantage I never had when I started. There's a reason I got 500 ewes. I ain't smart enough to figure out the best 10. So I do a lot of experimenting. You guys have the ability with the tools out there we've got today in embryo work, IVF, flushing. You can AI to any of the bucks in the country, kids. So if you did not have one of them that got talked about in the purple ribbons or the top 5, don't be discouraged. There's a buck out there that'll fix it. You got to get out and look a little bit. I've had plenty of ewes that were average looking that way outperformed the high sellers on our sale. Don't get down on your project because I didn't like them as well. There's a buck out there that'll make them work, and you've got more tools than anybody's ever had at your expense right there to work with and make them better. So, again, be proud of what you brought. Thank your moms and dads for the help they gave you today. I appreciate the opportunity to come work with your youth again, and I'm excited to come back tomorrow and see the market lambs. I know the last time I judged anything in Nebraska, I believe, was a state fair, and that happened to be in Lincoln. I won't tell you how many years ago. It might be closer to decades ago, but it was a lot of fun. I've always enjoyed Nebraska. We come out, we went to Lincoln. My kids showed it. I showed it at Exarban, and the old, I guess you'll call it where the old racetrack was. My kids showed at the Quest Center, and now I hope my grandkids will be here in 2 or 3 years to show out here. Marvelous, wonderful facility. Be thankful for what you got. We get to a lot of state fairs. There is nothing as down to earth as what you people got right here in Nebraska. So give yourself a congratulatory pat on the back for developing something and making it work. It's just a pleasure to drive off the street, drive in and park, and be done in 5 minutes rather than sitting in a half-hour lineup. No place to park. You can't get anything done. There's no room. You guys are doing a fantastic job. So without any further ado, I'm going to find you 5 of them that I really like, and I mean I do really like them. The first one's going to be that Hampshire man right in front of me. He's going to be our grand champion ewe.
And congratulations to Grant Russell from Gage County.
For reserve, I'm going to drop into my crossbreds. Young lady's going to be reserve. And I think, as most people suspect, very, very deep showing in the crossbred. Our 3rd and our 4th will come out of our crossbreds. Congratulations to you two. You're going to be my 4th. And for 5th, there was a breed down here I thought early in the day was awful good. That young lady with the south down will be my 5th in the final drive. Congratulations, kids. Awesome set of sheep you brought me.
And congratulations, your reserve will go to Colvin Clausen from Furnace County. 3rd is exhibited by Jada Clement from Saunders County. 4th will go to Sage Stoltz from Boone County. And 5th overall to Camry DeSteve of Holt County. Market Lamb exhibitors, will see you here bright and early, 8:30 tomorrow morning. Have a great evening. And for those folks that watched, we still have a couple classes left on the goat side if you'd like to join us.